Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Community Infrastructure Services Committee for Monday, June 14th, 2021. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, City Hall is not open except for very limited services by appointment only. Members of public are invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watch now. While in person, delegation requests are not feasible at this time. Members of the public are invited to submit written comments or participate electronically in meeting by contacting delegations at kitchener.ca. Delegates must register by 11 a.m. on June 14th, 2021. In order to participate electronically, written comments will be circulated prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. And with that, we have, we'll start off with our discussion items. Item number one, on-street parking regulations on Peter Street, and then we'll be in attendance. We have two members of staff, Ivan and Aaron, to respond to any questions. Councillor Gazzola.
I just wondered, the vote on the issue on this street was very close, 6-5 or something, and it seemed like there were a third of the people didn't respond. Do we ever do a second follow-up on it, on something like this, when it's so close?
Through the chair to the councillor, we did distribute a letter to all residents, notifying them of the results of the vote and what staff's recommendation would be. Two of the distributed residents didn't respond. And as you said, 6 were in favor and 5 were against. But no, we did not do another survey to confirm.
Is that the normal process?
Through the chair, yes, we followed the normal process. The one thing I do want to highlight with this one, though, is that there was nearly a 70% response rate. So when it comes to a parking survey, a 70% response rate is very high, and the likelihood of receiving any additional response following that type of response rate, very low chance that would increase at all. So, so in this case, that response rate really tells the story.
Through the chair, I don't mean to interrupt. You do have a delegation for this matter. Janine Toms is in attendance.
Oh, I see you now. Yeah.
My apologies. Janelle was not able to stay. She had a conflict at 1:15.
Okay. Thank you. Just finish up, Councillor Gazzola, and then we'll move on to the delegation.
That's fine. I mean, it's easy to get to 70% when you have such small numbers. 11 people. That's, yeah. I just wondered if there was when it's close, whether there was an appeal or a review, but that's fine. Whatever you do normally is fine.
Okay, thank you. And just want to welcome our one delegation, Janine Toms. Welcome. You do have 5 minutes to, but we do have some time if you do go over time if you need to. But welcome.
Lovely. Thank you so much. It's great to have the opportunity to speak, I suppose, on behalf of folks that I am for having the removal of the parking on the street. Should I start my presentation?
Sure.
Lovely. Thank you. So on Peter Street, and this pertains to the section that is from Martin to Whitney Place. So it's just that unique piece. Throughout the roadway, it's different as far as its parking regulations, as well as very recently, within the last 2 years, over the course of COVID, there was some major roadworks done. And ultimately what transpired was we've lost 0.5 meter of the road by extending the sidewalks and also the addition of green space on either side. I think there would have been, or I know there would have been a public consultation taking place, but due to the timing and with COVID, the Zoom and the online wasn't in place yet. So we sort of just watched as these things sort of unfolded. So what is sort of happen, and what's unique for us is we have a lot of different sorts of we have buses that are coming due to Cortland School at the top. So we have that sort of traffic. We also have quite a lot of commercial and due to the zoning on Whitney Place and with their businesses that take place. So there's a lot of like heavier and larger vehicles that we interact with on an ongoing basis. So what's sort of happened is also the parking isn't staggered probably as appropriately as it could be due to the lack of room now. So you end up, there's not that swing room to get out of the driveway, and depending on your vehicle, and I know Janelle, who are my neighbors directly across from me that I guess unfortunately can't come, they do have a larger vehicle. So depending on who's on the road, you can't really get in and out. And basically for me, the one day I came home and I thought, I will hit these people. So by me doing something and probably being the catalyst to this transpiring. And I really do appreciate working with the city since December of last year to sort of say, hey, this is an issue. And it wasn't before. And ultimately, I feel like what the situation is it's permanent parking. So it's not folks that are here to visit and are here for that 3-hour duration. It's those that they live in homes that have now been made into triplexes. And unfortunately, those tenants or those landlords are not providing parking spaces. So consequently, these individuals are parked 24/7 on the road. And unless we were to stagger that parking, you get blocked in. And now visitors won't park there. And when service vehicles need to come in, or even I've watched as school buses, they now have to park kind of in the middle, put their stop sign out to let the students out. But well, when there were students moving about. And then consequently, there's a roadway there with Whitney. So we're not a busy street, but it's tricky to sort of navigate. That's probably the gist of it. And I'm happy to answer or follow up with anything that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We do have one question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Hi, Janine. Thank you for coming in. I just want to know if you've heard any alternative or contrary comments from residents, and what what you would say to them.
That is, yeah, and thank you for that, because I get it, like it's a lot of word of mouth, and there are residents here who are older and don't have that access to the online piece. So I feel like in some instances I felt like, okay, I'm going to keep going for this because other people were saying, why is there green space and why is there this? And I don't know. I can only do what I can do. We do have a unique situation where we have parking at the school. Technically, we probably shouldn't be parking there, but I have noticed that some tenants who are getting ticketed now are starting to, and ordinarily, like it's only parking available during the summer months. So consequently, those tenants do move their cars and park on an ongoing overnight basis at the school, which maybe isn't the best. Also, further down the street, it is still the full length of the road, and folks could be parking there. So for the most part, and I understand that it's more the squeaky wheel. So predominantly what I've been hearing are the negative aspects, as opposed to, I'm sure the tenants want somewhere to park. And ultimately, I feel like that is the responsibility of the landlords to ensure that they provide adequate parking.
Okay, thank you. And I hope you're happy with the street changes, the renovations.
It was an interesting situation because I get that, like, we didn't have the chance to offer our thoughts and suggestions. It's a lovely little street, and I adore having the opportunity to live here. Probably in hindsight, if I'd known that we'd be so tight, I would have said, like, obviously yes to the park or to the sidewalks, because that allows for accessibility. But the green space, it's aesthetically pleasing, but it's not functional at this point.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for coming, and thanks for your feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Johnston.
Thanks, Chair Ioannidis. Actually, my question is for staff.
Okay. All right, Ms. Toms, we have all those are questions for you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Johnson, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, my question is for staff, and exactly what the resident just brought up here. Will we be creating a problem for other areas in the neighborhood who will be calling us with concerns about people parking in front of their homes because there is not places for, I guess, the tenants to be parking in that neighborhood. Have you heard any other complaints?
Through the chair to the councillor, we haven't heard anything else from other nearby streets on that issue. That's more of a planning related topic in terms of making sure that duplexes or triplexes are meeting parking rates, and that happens through the planning process. So I can't comment on if all of those additional units are in fact legal and have the appropriate parking spaces. In terms of the cross section itself, it sort of fell between a couple of our standards. When a road is 7 meters wide, we generally permit parking on one or both sides. When it's 6 or less meters wide, we're a little bit more restrictive depending on context. Based on our analysis here, we didn't see a safety issue, so we left it up to residents to decide through the vote. We're only losing 2 parking spots for 9 months out of the year, but we did want to survey the full block of residents through here. And in terms of the design, the reason we lost that 0.3 meters is to build a boulevard on the one side of the road that was missing it. So that boulevard provides for better pedestrian comfort. The sidewalk is no longer curb faced, and it also provides for snow storage now. So those are the reasons why we added that in.
Yeah, thank you. And as we know, it can often help to slow down traffic in the neighborhood as well. Whenever we narrow the streets, I'm just concerned about us solving one issue and then causing another one, as can happen with traffic and traffic problem or patterns, and especially if people are parking at a school where they are not allowed to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We have no further questions. You'll have a mover. Councillor Chapman. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Now we will move on to our second discussion item. That is dealing with the Iron Horse Trail crossings and cycling spot fixes. And we have Mr. Croft, who's going to give us a 5-minute power presentation. And we do have some delegations as well. So, Mr. Croft, let me see if you're in here or not.
Sure, I noticed just for the last item, I was in favor. Councillor Singh, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Cronkite, are you going to be taking this on, or is Mr. Croft coming in? I'm not sure. I can't see.
I apologize. It's just a delay. He's on his way.
Okay.
There we go.
Welcome, Mr. Croft.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for the slight delay there, but I'm in. And I'll
No worries.
clerks, if they can bring up the presentation. Great, and we can jump right into the next slide. So I'm here to speak to the Iron Horse Trail, and as we know, it's the busiest trail in the city. Only getting busier with the impact of the pandemic and so many people out and walking and cycling. Recent investments in the trail have improved the trail's function, safety, and comfort. We've seen the trail being widened, new benches, lighting, landscaping, and wayfinding signs will be installed in the next week or two. And all of this is guided by the Iron Horse Trail Improvement Strategy that was improved in 2015. Next slide. In consultations for the Iron Horse Trail Improvement Strategy, the requested item from the community was to improve the crossings. And we saw this again in our most recent engagement, January 16th, where we introduced a suite of changes that were happening on the Iron Horse Trail. And when we did kind of a wordle to see what kinds of comments people were providing, that you can see the safe crossings comes out strong and clear yet again by the community. Next slide. So based on this community input, as well as staff's observation and concerns around safety, our objective is to improve the safety and accessibility at all city-owned trail crossings through the installation of pedestrian crossovers, known as PXOs, and that would be combined with either an existing refuge island or new raised crossings. Next slide. So PXOs provide pedestrians with crossing opportunities by requiring motorists to yield to pedestrians within the crosswalk. So just by approaching the crosswalk, that gives the legal right of way to the pedestrian, and a driver must yield. A really important note is that currently legislation does not allow the city to provide cross rides at PXOs, which means that cyclists are legally required to dismount and cross as a pedestrian. You'll note in the staff report, we've advocated to the Ministry of Transportation that this be amended. We think there's a lot of good reasons to include cross rides. And until that is the case, we have designed these PXOs in a way that we can easily add a cross ride in the future if legislation allows. Next slide. There are several types of PXOs. Relevant to this staff report are the two types known as type B and type D. And the above picture there on Jubilee Drive is type B. So it includes that painted crosswalk, the signage that says yield to pedestrians, as well as flashing beacons. And those are reserved for your busier streets where traffic really needs to pay attention. On type D, the flashing beacons are not required because there's a lot less volume on these streets and typically lower speeds. And so the compliance rates at yielding are generally better on these types of streets. Next slide. We are proposing a series of raised crossings, and there's several reasons for this. They do improve driver yield compliance. We've conducted some studies and intend on conducting more that show that drivers are more likely to yield at a raised crossing as opposed to a PXO that does not have a physical measure such as raised crossings. Raising them also provides greater visibility of vulnerable users that are lower to the ground, so children or people in wheelchairs. They do improve accessibility and cycling comfort as you're going across, and do a better winter maintenance. And that last point is really relevant if you see that our new standard is to keep that trail crossing smooth and flush by having the roadway come up to the trail crossing. Our old standard in that bottom picture typically has the gutter to allow water through it. But what that does is in the winter, it accumulates snow and slush, which can be quite an accessibility challenge to get across, and can be quite an inconvenience to get up and down over that gutter. So by adding appropriate storm catch water drains, we are able to keep that smooth and flush instead. Next slide. So here you can see the summary of the proposed street crossings. All of them will get a form of PXO. Union, Glasgow, and Mill are the busier streets, so they would have type B, that's the flashing beacons. And then the remaining would be type D. And then you can see the raised crossings that we're proposing immediately would be on Glasgow, Mill, and Madison. And then Gage and Kent are also in reconstructions in the next 2 to 5 years, so we look at raising them at that time. Next slide. It's really important to note that there are a number of regional road crossings that are outside of our jurisdiction. So Victoria, Queen, Cortland, Borden, and Ottawa are under the jurisdiction of the region of Waterloo. And so we would be putting stop signs and wait for gap signs on our trail approaches to make sure that pedestrians understand that they do not have the right of way over vehicles at these trail crossings. Next slide. In terms of implementation, if approved today and ratified next week, we would move into a tender immediately and look to get these built in 2021. Funding is already accounted for. We're not asking for new funds here. We were very lucky to have a couple of trail projects under the Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Program come in under budget last year. So we'll use up those funds, and those funds have to be spent this year, or we return them to the province at the end of the year, anything that's unspent. And then we would also, probably about half of the tender would also be accounted for through the Iron Horse Trail Improvement Fund, which again has already been established. Next slide. I believe that's it for me. Yeah, so thank you very much, and happy to receive any questions.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Croft. We do have a couple of questions for you. I see Mayor Verbanovic. Go ahead, Mayor Verbanovic.
Oh, sorry, I don't know how I got that raised. My apologies.
Okay. I see we have Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Croft, for the presentation. I think this is very, very important and very good. I often travel the trail, and I know it can be challenging to get across some areas, and this sort of gives a much safer landscape. My question has to do with the regional crossings, the regional road crossings. Has there been discussion with the region to try and make similar crossings to make things more symmetrical across the the course across the whole trail infrastructure?
Yeah, we communicated with them about our proposed changes, and they did assist us in doing some traffic studies to see what the impact might be on adjacent signals. They also provided a statement that I can read for you now when we asked, anticipating this question. So currently they have pedestrian refuge islands at Victoria and Queen, and the region is currently investigating the feasibility of providing cross rides at the signalized intersection of Cortland and Sterling. And the region will initiate appropriate traffic studies to determine the feasibility of PXOs at Victoria, Queen, Cortland, Borden, and Ottawa.
Okay, good. But you don't have a time frame for that.
They have not provided one at this time, no.
Okay, my other question has to do with education. I know when they put in the PXO across Park Street, it was brought to my attention on by numerous residents that people just weren't respecting and that's actually got a flashing beacon, right? So what are we doing to let people know who has the right of way at these crossings and make sure that everybody's safe?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that we really recommend the raised crossings, because I think that will, by having a physical change at the road, it will help and for drivers to physically see the change, will help to reinforce that. In terms of education, we have been hearing a lot of comments around PXOs and trail crossings through our Vision Zero consultations. And we are anticipating that would be an action item through the Vision Zero strategy that would come to you later this year.
Okay, and I'm thinking mostly, I mean, obviously, as I said, there have been issues where there are the flashing beacons, but where there are not, then it's even more of a problem, right? But thank you, good work, and I look forward to seeing these in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. We have Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that regional question. I was concerned about that. Is that a region of Waterloo preference, or is that dictated by any higher levels of government?
Through the chair, can you clarify, is that in relation to having PXOs on their streets?
Yeah, yes, sorry, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
It would be nice to have PXOs all over so people can, yeah.
Yeah. So PXOs are guided by Ontario Traffic Manual Book 15. There's a warrant process that is followed. In that guidance, there are some, you'll see in an appendix, we described how we justify meeting that warrant. There is a concern around proximity to signals, which all of the regional crossings would have. So if it's less than 200 meters, that can be a rationale not to include a PXO, unless it's a pedestrian desire path. So that's how we've understood our trail crossings, is that these are clearly a pedestrian desire path, 250,000 users per year. Pretty clear that there's a desire path there. And so we would be looking to make that case with the region that even though it is within close proximity to an adjacent signal, that it still is a required crossing technique.
Okay, the point is that it could be rationalized if the region were prepared to go along with it. There's nothing preventing them from allowing us to go ahead with it.
Not the way we interpret Book 15.
Yeah. What do each one of those crossovers, what is the cost to put those in place? I know it's you've indicated 240,000, but if you broke it down to an individual case, what kind of dollars are we looking at?
Through the chair, if we're looking at the flashing beacons type, that's approximately $20,000 depending on electrical servicing. The non-flashing beacons is paint and signage, so it's pretty affordable, something like $2,000 to $3,000. Where the majority of the costs that we have proposed in the staff report today is through the raised crossing. And because this includes things like relocating maintenance holes,
it's okay. No, you don't know. I just wanted to know, because I think there are a lot of places in our community where we could use this. And I just wondered what the cost was. And it's obviously different if you have to put the electrical equipment in. So, and it's interesting. I asked this a question about this about 20 years ago, and I was told it just wouldn't work. So it's interesting how as as the fullness of time comes, all these things actually do work. When you said you're not asking for any more money, so okay, that doesn't mean it's free, but you're not asking for any more money. But are there other projects that could have been completed with the monies that were on hand? And you know what put these projects at the top of the list?
Through the chair. So we had about $110,000 remaining through the Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Fund. And we didn't know that we had that money until late fall when the trail work was completed. So that left us about a year to complete. $100,000 isn't really enough to do a new trail. You need generally $300,000 to do something significant like that. And it's really didn't have enough lead time to do some of the on-road painted bike lanes that were also an eligible project through the OMCC program. So we felt like this was really in both the cost effective, it meets a strategy that we've been working at, the Iron Horse Trail strategy, again, the number one requested thing from the community. So we felt like it really was one of the top priority projects and doesn't displace something else that we were working at.
No, I know there are a lot of trails and a lot of areas that it would be nice if they could have a better surface put on them and you could accomplish a lot. But, you know, are these things up for consideration? This rule of no cross rides, how will that be policed, or will there be any policing of it, or what? How are we going to deal with that? So literally people have to walk their bike across the intersection.
Through the chair, it's been our observation that cyclists generally will not get off and walk their bike unless they're with young children. Enforcement, as far as I'm aware, this is not an active priority of enforcement for the police. And I don't know anyone who has been received a ticket from police by running through a PXO. The unfortunate part is that in the case of a collision, the cyclist would be deemed at fault because they didn't dismount. So it does put the liability on the cyclist. That's by far the number one drawback to this proposal.
I have a question about something you're doing with the trails with new signage or something. Can I ask that here? Or in the report, it dealt with what you're going to do to try to keep motor vehicles off trails. At one point, we had gates up. These gates, I take it, are all gone now, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. We're gonna, is that a wrap for you?
Well, I just wanted to know what they're doing with where we used to have gates. You're just putting that sign up? Is that what you're doing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think this is a question that's probably best answered by the Director of Parks and Cemeteries, Niall Lobley. I know he's in the waiting room. I don't think he's been moved over to an active participant yet. So you may want to connect with him offline.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, he is connecting online, so I'll take his reply on that. But again, my apologies to the committee and to delegations and staff. I forgot about, we do have a delegation here and I'm working with one screen, so I'm not seeing everything all at once. So after Councillor Gazzola is done with his questioning, we're going to go straight to our delegate. Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola, finish up.
No, I'm happy with. I just wondered what we were doing there, and it's not an essential thing that has to be answered today. So for the sake of time, let's just keep moving.
Okay. And then we will invite Mr. I can't see your full name here now.
Kevin Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, you have welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and I understand you have a PowerPoint presentation. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the screen to ask me to unmute me. Okay, through the chair then, can you see me?
Yes,
And
we can hear you, and we can see your presentation.
Okay, very good. Thank you thank you for the opportunity to present my support for the report that Darren Kropp prepared on June 3rd. My residence is about 300 meters from the trail on Union Boulevard, and I've been a frequent user of the trail for walking, running, and hiking and biking for many years. And I have some specific comments relating to 3 of the PXOs on the report. So next slide. So starting with Glasgow Street. On page 3 of the report, the region states that it does not support a PXO because of westbound traffic backing up into the PXO and causing what they refer to as operational concerns. My concern is the safety of pedestrians and the cyclists actually on the trail. And I've regularly observed that the westbound traffic backs up into the existing crossing. Now, these observations are mainly pre-COVID, and you can appreciate that the traffic has been was much more dense going to places like Sun Life parking lots on Glasgow Street pre-COVID. But certainly that still exists even under our reduced traffic conditions. This hazardous condition creates a situation where pedestrians and bicyclists actually weave between traffic because the crossing is blocked. So I think that if a PXO was established, when traffic backs up, and as Darren commented, with a raised crossing, I think particularly if it's raised, I don't think motorists are going to be inclined to actually park on top of it. And I think you'll find that this current existing hazardous condition is going to be better with the PXO rather than what the region seems to imply that it would be worse. And this aspect of, therefore, I don't think it should be the city's responsibility if there's any operational issues. My next slide, please. So I have a little sketch here. I'm not as savvy as Darren's presentation, but this is from his report. And I tried to just sort of mark in a couple of things, which concerns about why it's important to have a PXO visibility in this area and the need for the flashing lights and the signage. There's on this roadway, there's many transport trucks that use Glasgow Street. They're accessing Airbus, particularly on Glasgow. And they, first of all, there's the large trucks. They tend to be the 53-foot trailers, so you really can't see around them very well. And the other thing is they tend to stop at Tim Hortons, which is on the corner. And then they'll sit there for 5 or 10 minutes while they're getting their Timmies. The other thing is that the GRT has the eastbound bus stop is about 20 meters from the trail. And I tried to sort of exit in there on the map. When the bus is stopped there, it very much blocks the sight line for motorists behind approaching the crossing area. So, and buses often will sit there for a while. They don't necessarily just stop. It seems to be a waiting area for the bus to sort of adjust their schedule. It can be there for a couple of minutes. So certainly there's a need, I think, for things like the flashing lights to make motorists aware that there is a crossing. Next slide, please. On now, I'd like the other PXO what I'd like to talk about is Gate Street. And while I certainly, again, I support the concept of PXO, I'm concerned that the existing situation, there's a very poor sight line on the northeast corner. Pedestrians and cyclists must actually enter the crossing to actually see if a vehicle is approaching from the east. Even when the city has trimmed the bushes over the sidewalk, and I hope that people can sort of see in the photographs that I provided, how there is a sidewalk on the north side of Gate Street, but there's about a 5-foot chain link fence and bushes that tend to grow into the sidewalk on the north side. So I believe the fence is higher than what, if I had a private property on that corner, I believe that would be higher than what the city's visibility standards would permit as property standards. So I think it seems reasonable that the hazard should also be removed for the safe installation of a PXO. And I didn't see it noted in the engineering judgment. So I strove, to me, that seemed as if that was a deficiency in the report. And my last, next slide, please. I'd like to further comment on one more PXO, the Kent Avenue. This is a particularly, it has been what I would call a quieter part of the trail. However, I've observed a significant increase in the trail users since Delta Street was closed to vehicles last year. With the improvements underway connecting the trail to Rockway Gardens, the city should plan for a significant increase in trail use above the pedestrian the justification that was in the report, especially as was noted in the report that residential development is going to be occurring in this area. So last slide. So just to close, I'd like to express my thanks to the city staff for all their work. I think particularly Darren Croft, I've met him a few times at some of the workshops and he's done in that. And I appreciate all the efforts he's been making. And the trail is quickly evolving with all the adjoining parks and, excuse me, Snyder Creek into a great section of the Trans-Canada Trail. And so those are my comments. And if there's any questions, I appreciate answering them. Thank you.
Okay, just sorry, excuse me. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Ioannidis, and thank you so much, Mr. Stewart, for coming in today. Mr. Stewart is a great user of the Iron Horse Trail, and I appreciate your thoughtful comments on this. I'm wondering, Mr. Stewart, if you can maybe comment as well. I agree with your comments about Glasgow Street and Gage Street, and I do have a question about Glasgow, but I want to ask you first about the proposed changes to Union Boulevard. Maybe you can comment on your thoughts on that.
I was basically in full agreement with the what as prepared in the report. I did. As I understand it, it's going to be a full type B with the flashing lights. I think I'm correct in that. So I'm in a full agreement with that.
Yeah, that's
as a resident of the Union Boulevard.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I also wondered, I share your concerns about Glasgow Street and the crossing there with the drive-through, with the bus stopping there, with the light being right there. It is actually the closest crossing to a very busy street. So I thank you for the detailed pictures on that you have sent in, and diagrams as well. And I wondered about your comments in particular with the proposals around the drive-through as well.
I don't see the drive-through having an impact. The problem with to me has been the trucks, the large trucks parking along the roadway, because as you know, the roadway is basically just 2 lanes wide at points. And I know that a couple of years ago, I was, it's fair to say, I got into a rather verbal discussion with a person who had chosen to not stay in the lineup, but had decided to cross over and drive westbound in the eastbound lane at a high speed. And I guess I was got a little, I was like the mayor of Peterborough. I was expressive in pointing out that they should not be crossing a solid line, and that they were going in the wrong direction, and you could have run over a child, But the person had been in a lineup. They were backed up almost. There was about 10 cars in the lineup. That they didn't want to wait. They wanted to get into the left-hand turn lane. I think if there's a PXO, that's going to discourage people from doing things like that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Stewart, and thank you again for all your care about the Iron Horse Trail. And thanks for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
You're muted, Chair.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Margaret Johnson. We have some more questions from Councillor Debbie Chapman.
Yeah, just a quick question. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on your concerns around the Kent Avenue proposal?
Sorry, I'm still audible there? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
My Kent Avenue, my only comment was, my point was that in the report, under the justification section, which is point 1 of the report, that the required value is to be over 100 pedestrians. And it came in as 68. And I was just trying to highlight that whenever this was done, if this was done a year ago, what I'm visibly seeing is that it's dramatically changed. I run that route three times a week, and I walk it some other weeks. And I used to run early morning and never see anybody on Kent, between Kent and Ottawa. I would never see anybody. But since Delta has been closed, I'm as surprised at the number of people that are walking from Rockway area along, even with the construction that's going on there now, that walk from Rockway to connect to the Iron Horse Trail. So I just wanted to highlight that I think the data is under what it actually is now, and I think it's going to increase significantly. So I mean, I'm just highlighting that there's definitely going to be a need for a PXO, a D level.
Okay. So you're supporting what's being proposed?
Yes, I'm not I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. I'm saying it really needs to be there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman, and thank you, Mr. Stewart, for coming in. We have no further questions for you. Do we have any?
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for staff? I see Councillor Marsh. Go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Really, I'd just like to move this topic and want to thank staff for bringing it forward. And like Councillor Cazzola, I also would like us to see some additional locations for raised crosswalks. And I guess my only question is, at what point when will we expect the Vision Zero report to come back, and at which point we might be able to ask for additional locations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that Vision Zero report we're anticipating bringing back later in this year, in the final quarter. Within that report, there'll be a number of recommendations, and the pedestrian crossovers will be one that we discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ioannidis. So yes, I have a couple of questions for staff, and actually they're about a couple of things that Mr. Stewart had brought up. I was going to ask about them anyways. I too share concerns with regards to. By the way, I'm very excited to see this, and I'm in full support of it. With a couple of concerns around Glasgow Street in particular, I am concerned about the. I'm hoping that this will help solve some issues with the busyness of the intersection at the drive-through at Tim Hortons, and as well the bus stop that Mr. Stewart pointed out there. Are there some discussions with the region with regards to that particular intersection and the possibility perhaps of moving that bus stop that is right before the crosswalk?
Through the chair, we have discussed this proposal with GRT, particularly because we tend not to do a lot of raised crossings on bus routes. So we've been consulting with them, and they are in support given the high profile of this trail. We have not discussed whether to move that bus stop. That's something that I can take back to them and look at. If you go back on Street View, you can see that the bus stop has been in two different locations, one before the trail and one after, depending on construction work. So I think it would be based on their past observations of how that's functioned, whether or not they would be in support.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think just having that discussion with them again, because I do know going through that intersection, a couple of times a day at least, that it does tend to back people up into the intersection on that side for one thing. And it is a messy, it is a messy intersection. So I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to see this. If this makes it a lot safer for pedestrians and cyclists to be able to cross there and to slow people down there, I'm thrilled to see that. So my other question is about Gage Avenue and where Mr. Stewart has taken the picture of the foliage and the high fence that is around the side of that. I do think that it is difficult to see there, and if we can have a look to have another look at that and getting that addressed would be helpful. So
Okay.
if we look into that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I see that we have no further questions, so it's been moved by Councillor Marsh. All those in favor? Opposed? Then that's carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, I've noticed in the attendees that we see some new individuals for item number 1. Is this for the next meeting?
You are correct, Councillor. I noticed the item 1 is for planning part 2 because the meeting was anticipated to start at 2:30.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
So we will move on to our final item of business, which is the main floor service center at City Hall, and Ms. Miller will be providing us a 5-minute power presentation, and we have Ms. Baker who's going to also in attendance for questions.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jana.
I'll just wait for clerks to start the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. I'm here today with my colleague Christine Baker, as you mentioned. She's our supervisor of customer experience, and we're here to share the vision for the centralized service center at City Hall. In recent years, we've made substantial improvements to centralize and simplify the service customers receive through our various channels, most notably by telephone and online. For example, we have a centralized corporate contact center, which is the first point of contact for thousands of customer inquiries each year. And earlier this year, we launched the My Kitchener portal, which is a one-stop shop where customers can interact with all of our online services. So while telephone and online interactions are, remain important to customers, in-person service interactions at city facilities are still preferred by most. Hundreds of them occur at City Hall each week, and even during the ongoing pandemic. And we have heard over and over again from customers, most recently from those participating in the customer service and development services reviews over the last couple of years, that they often find navigating in-person service at City Hall very challenging. Yet in-person service is the outlier in terms of improvements to the customer experience. So it has remained unchanged with multiple counters on multiple floors since City Hall was opened 28 years ago. Next slide. So currently City Hall has 11 service counters on 6 floors. And through recent service reviews, customers have told us that 3 of their top 10 frustrations with getting service from the city relate directly to in-person service. They tell us that when they get to City Hall, they're often confused about where to even start, where to go and who to talk to about what they need. And in many cases, it's further complicated because they need to navigate multiple counters on multiple floors, sometimes just to complete a single transaction. So for example, if a customer has questions related to starting a business, they might need to visit planning on the 6th floor to ask about zoning or to obtain an occupancy permit. They'll need to visit legislative services on the 2nd floor to ask about a business license, and they may need to visit building on 5th floor if they need a building permit for any reason. So you can see how with multiple counters on multiple floors, the customer is often at a disadvantage, needing to figure out what order to navigate the process in because it's not clear. And in many cases, the customer is also expected to relay the information that they've received from each service area they've spoken to the next service area, and then repeat the same questions with new city staff at every counter they visit. So while we've discussed the potential for centralizing in-person service in the past, the pandemic really gave us the reason to make it happen. It forced staff to rethink how in-person service could be delivered safely and effectively on a single floor so that we could ensure the safety of both customers and staff. And throughout the last 15 months, staff have successfully delivered essential services to customers through the main floor model that has consistently served about 250 customers per week. Some customers have actually commented that how surprising it is that the pandemic has actually made receiving service at City Hall easier for them to access instead of more difficult. Flip slide, please. So the vision for the customer experience at City Hall is for a truly centralized one-stop shop where citizens can access all in-person service. The 2 principles that are at the foundation of the vision include that service would always come to the customer and not the other way around, and that customers would always arrive at one place that's easy to find even if you've never been to City Hall before, and it would always be the right place to receive the service and information they're looking for. So the vision outlined in the report includes 3 components. The first is a general information desk where, aside from assisting customers with directions and other questions when they come in, electronic ticketing for walk-ins and check-ins for appointments could also occur. Next is an expanded and accessible service counter, which would accommodate service interactions for multiple service areas. And it would be backed by what we're calling a support center area, which is a place where additional staff with expertise can work from and provide wraparound support for pre-scheduled appointments and more complex inquiries. And recognizing that some customers work with specific project staff, particularly related to building, planning, engineering, those staff could also be called down as needed, or pre-scheduled appointments could potentially be booked to include them through the online appointment system. And the support center would also include designated areas where appointments could take place, as well as other spaces where confidential or sensitive matters could be discussed with customers. And that's something that most current City Hall service counters don't really have access to at this moment. Next slide, please. So the transformation of in-person service at City Hall would provide substantial benefits to the customers, the hundreds of customers who come to do business there each week. Aside from providing the service where they need it in one place that's always easy to find, it will enable customers to receive service in ways that they've told us they prefer. So in-person service would always come to the customer in whichever way they prefer to receive it, as a walk-in or through pre-scheduled appointments booked online. And the service experience will feel consistent to them, because centralizing services means we can create a more consistent approach across the board to how we deliver in-person service and to how we interpret and apply customer service philosophy and policies. And because in-person service would finally be fully centralized, like our corporate contact center is for telephone, or like My Kitchener is for online, customers will be able to expect and receive a consistent experience no matter how they reach out to us. And that's a concept that is known as channel consistency, which is one of 4 industry standard customer service principles Council endorsed in 2013. And centralizing in-person service would also create some future benefits for customers. So by realizing the vision that's before you today, we would be able to better track and measure things like the volume of in-person customers across service areas and the challenges that they continue to experience, so that we could make more informed and more real-time service improvements in the future. Next slide, please. So we are only presenting the vision for in-person service at City Hall today. As you can see from the report, we don't have details yet on exact location or cost at this time. Determining those things is going to require substantial work with the service areas, and we really didn't want to proceed too far without knowing whether or not Council supported the actual vision. So once staff have prepared a detailed concept for the center, a financial proposal will be brought forward as part of the 2022 budget process for Council's consideration. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you for taking the time with us today, and we would be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Ms. Miller. We don't have any, well, whoa, just lit up like a Christmas tree. Okay. I'll start off the way it looked like from, we'll go with Councillor Gazzola. You need to unmute.
Okay. Sorry, okay, am I on now? I just, I wonder if you have any ballpark idea of what something like this will cost.
Unfortunately, at this time, I don't. We've done some preliminary work with the service areas that have counters right now to understand sort of what their needs would be in terms of different amenities and things like that that they need. But that is as far as we've gone, because we wanted to ensure that we had Council's endorsement of the vision before we went too far.
So are you asking if Council endorses it today, then it's a go, regardless of the cost? Or
no, it will. Sorry, through the chair, it will come back to Council at budget time later this year to be considered in context with all of the other priorities in the budget.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. And I'm going to mix in a bit of comment, if I could, Mr. Chair, because I believe the intent too is to get Council's feedback on the direction, right? So I just wanted to be clear. I think this is great. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I want to be clear on the vision going forward. Even though it's not necessarily part of this, I think it's really important we articulate what we see customer service like, 10 or 15 or 20 years from now. So just in terms of feedback, I think it's going from a model which, where it's one person to multiple people. What we're looking at here is trying to reduce the number of people and streamline that process so it's more of a one-on-one. But I think the eventual goal, or what I hope to be the eventual goal, is, to be frank, not a need to come to City Hall at all, to be able to do all of these, any reason that someone would come to City Hall, to be able to do it virtually. So I'm hoping when you research this, the tools that you discover, that you seek, would be ones that would integrate all the different levels of City Hall, where someone could literally make an appointment online and attend a Zoom meeting like this, where there could be potentially be a series of meetings they would have set up in a row, and then we would have people not attending City Hall and therefore not, driving and you needing to use automobile or transit or anything like that, and be able to get the same work done. So that's my 20-year vision of where we want to be. City Hall will be a gathering place for great events and that sort of thing, but not necessarily a gathering place for business unless it's, exceedingly complex. Is that staff's ambition as well?
So through the chair, I think what we've seen, like just through general industry trends, is that there will always be a portion of people who want to do their business in person. We've seen it even in the midst of a global pandemic. We are still getting 200 to 250 people coming into City Hall to do their business each week. When we look at sort of what Environics has told us in the past, we did a survey along with the customer service review. 24% of the citizens surveyed who didn't use our online services said they didn't do it because they prefer to interact with us in person. So you can see that while online telephone, email, those things give people another channel to do their business, it doesn't always translate that everyone will go to those channels to do their business. There will always be some people who want to do it through City Hall. And we do hear that sentiment all the time at the service counters. Revenue has a large contingent of customers who prefer to come in and do it in person when it would be so simple to do it online. So we do believe in-person service will be a staple in years to come. But we will continue to stay on top of those trends with surveys and those kinds of things to adjust our service as we go.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I do think that I agree 100%. I think it's going to be, like I said, it's not going to be a 10-year or even a 15-year process. It might be a 20-year process, but I think the up and coming generation has a different way of doing things, and they will very much embrace more of a fully online model. There'll always be exceptions, but that's my intent. I think there's cost savings involved in that as well. So as long as that's going around back of mind, we're putting together, the service desk, how can we one day automate this? I think that's an important thread. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Councillor Marsh. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Councillor Marsh can go ahead. It's okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's fine. I'll just quickly say I totally support this. I think it's wonderful. I always wondered why we didn't have our customer service desk right where our current security desk is anyway. And I know that when we looked at this in the previous term of council, we weren't able to make that happen, but I'm so glad that we're revisiting it and that the conditions are right to make it happen. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the similar line, I think this is probably a good opportunity. We've experienced having to shift our operations quite differently, which we may not have otherwise. And I think there's lessons that we can take from it and improve upon our customer service strategy. I think this may be the right opportunity for us to have that reflection. I would only say that rather than it being all or nothing, if there's support from council and then working towards a larger budget item document that would allocate course costs and resources to this, if there's an avenue to have a kind of a slow implementation, kind of try a more extensive trial project. Obviously, we've kind of have been doing it through the pandemic, but something that's a little bit more comprehensive, but without having to go all in and allowing then feedback from the public, engaging and then surveying those that receive that service to the front desk and seeing if this is the right model for the time now, or perhaps we need to still wait a little longer. I agree with some of the comments made by Councillor Davey that if we are going ahead in this direction, we need to look at full support, and that may be through online as well, as that is the way things are heading. But where my opinions differ a little bit, City Hall doesn't always operate or shouldn't operate like a regular business. We need to go above and beyond to be accessible and available to the public, and not necessarily just meeting a customer responsibility, but I think our responsibility is a much higher threshold. So having the right type of investment and resource in the front desk and ensuring that our customer service delivery doesn't come down. In fact, it has to be an improvement from the way things are. It's not aspect of efficiencies. I see this primarily as a way of improving customer service. If that's the lens that we're looking at this, I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Verbanovic?
Thank you, Chair Ioannidis, and thanks, Ms. Miller and Ms. Baker for the report and for the preliminary work that's been done on this. As someone like Councilor Gazzola, who's been around here in different capacities since we moved into this building, as has been noticed, this has been talked about several times over the history of the building. And I too am very excited to see this come forward. I think we learned in the years after the building was first opened that this kind of customer citizen centric service focus really would make sense, and I think the pandemic has brought that further to light. And provided the opportunity for us to take a more in-depth look at it this time. I think as I've noted before, in fact, there was, I remember after one of the reports was done, it was Mr. Boudelier and myself who actually, through the Canadian Urban Institute, went to Bosnia after the war and talked about this kind of concept as they were looking to rebuild their city halls, and yet we hadn't quite achieved that here yet. So seeing that happen potentially now really excites me. I think the other piece that in the fullness of time, once we get beyond this phase one, which is the first hurdle to get through, I think it then also gives us the opportunity to look at is there some components of this that might see their way around to other service delivery locations around the city, but we need to have that centralized sort of concept first, which would provide that kind of backbone for the future. So thank you.
Okay, Councilor Gazzola, your second time around.
No, I just wanted to make a quick comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
The mayor's already pretty much made my comment. I do wish staff the best of success in this venture. I've been listening to One Stop Shopping for close to 30 years. I thought we had it 2 or 3 times, and I guess we still don't have it. So it's a great concept. I wish you the best of luck. And who knows, maybe this time we'll be finally successful. It all has to, there was a lot of consideration given to it when we moved into the new city hall. So we've been there close to 30 years now. So it's a good time to review it. So good luck. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We don't have a mover. Would someone like to move it before I make my comments? Councillor Singh? Okay. Yeah, I think what is being proposed is an absolute must for us, and it's definitely something we need to look at. And again, and as everyone has stated, the pandemic and the way the world is shaped and how we may conduct business is totally changed. So I think it's definitely the appropriate time to bring this. And I think even in what we've had in the past is and still, in my opinion, really great customer service. And so I do think we achieved really high levels of customer service. And when the times do change, we adapt to even be further ahead with our customer service. So I do appreciate all the work that Christine and yourself, Janet, have done, and have done a fabulous job. So with that, we have it's moved by Councillor Singh. All those in favor of the recommendation? And that looks like it's approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes that's today's business for Committee on Infrastructure Services. And I'm not sure how we're going to proceed to the next meeting with planning. I'll let the mayor and Councillor Davey, how you guys want to proceed, like a 5-minute break and then move on to the next.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
Councillor Singh, sorry.
that's okay. So planning for part one, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can start the meeting.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, hello. Hello, testing.
Hi there. Could the individual named 50 by 30 Waterloo Region please identify themselves?
Yeah, it's Kai Reimer Watts.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kai. I'm just going to mute you again for now, okay?
Just to say there's a different delegation for 50 by 30. I guess I signed in that account.
No worries.
Okay,
Thank you.
Sarah, if you can add me to co-host.
Done.
Sarah, I don't have staff noted as presenting before the meeting for that item, first item. Is that how it's supposed to be, or?
Councillor saying Transform Waterloo Region will be presenting first, and then staff Samantha Tavener and Greg St. Louis will be doing a joint staff presentation following.
I thought. And it's also because I didn't look on the second page of the chair notes. Okay, so if members of committee are back, just turn your cameras on quickly so I can see if I have quorum. We'll give it a couple more minutes. All right, we have quorum. Welcome everyone to Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee for June the 14th. This is part one of a long day. So I'll just start off with, due to COVID restrictions, City Hall is not open except for limited service by appointment only. Members of the public are invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watch now. While in-person delegation requests are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to participate electronically in future meetings by contacting kitchener.ca comment. One, which is for Community Climate Action Plan, Transform Waterloo Region Strategy. I put a request before the committee to keep your questions of the delegations concise and refrain from repeating similar questions. And again, I request the delegations to keep your comments to new points that you would like to present. And if someone has made already similar comments ahead of you, you can make reference to your agreement. But if you can try to bring additional information that would be advantageous for the committee to hear, that would allow the meeting to flow a lot quicker and a lot more effectively. So that's my request to the committee, as well as the delegations as well. So before we begin, I would note that a written submission on this matter has been received by Schlegel Urban Development and Alex Latta. Samantha is a trainer from Sustainability Office Associate, and Greg St. Louis, Director of Utilities, will provide a 10-minute PowerPoint delegation on this matter. And so we'll begin with that. I have, before we do, I have two hands up. I had Mayor Brevenovich's hand up first, and then Councillor Davey. Mayor Brevenovich, did you want to say something beforehand?
Yeah, no, this is just to be in the queue for at the end of Transform Waterloo Region's presentation.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Davey?
Sorry, maybe I logged on late, but did we deal with the consent item? The bus terminal item? Because I did have one question on that.
Through the chair? The Charles Street Terminal
my
item
committee
is
note.
for part 2 of P6.
Oh, my mistake. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. So with that, I'll put forward the for the delegations to proceed for the presentation.
Are we first, Mary Jane and I?
No, it's actually, it would be Samantha Trevner from Sustainability Office, Associate.
Actually, Councillor Singh, if Transform Waterloo Region could go first, because our presentation just sort of puts a bit of refinement after theirs.
All right. Yes, you did say that. So go ahead.
Great, thank you. And can we get our slides up? Wonderful. Fantastic. Thank you everybody for having us today. My name is Tova Davidson. I'm the Executive Director of Sustainable Waterloo Region, and I'm joined here with Mary Jane Patterson from Reap Green Solutions. And we're really excited to be bringing Transform WR to you today for your consideration. Waterloo Region's transition to an equitable, prosperous, resilient, and low carbon community as part of the work of Climate Action Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. Climate Action Waterloo Region is a partnership between Reap Green Solutions and Sustainable Waterloo Region, but it doesn't stop there. Your team and your incredible staff have been participants in this work for some time. And you can see that all 8 area municipalities are now involved in this work. And what we do is we coordinate the activities towards reaching Waterloo Region's climate action plans and strategies, engaging the wider community in climate action activities. So it's not just about municipalities, and measuring and monitoring progress. And in 2018, all 8 municipalities endorsed our 2050 target of 80% reduction of greenhouse gases. So we have now gone on a journey to create this strategy you're considering today. Next slide, please. The way that we did this is through a lot of community and technical engagement. And you'll see that we spoke to over 1,600 community members in this strategy, with going to event booths out into the community, workshops, focus groups, one-on-one interviews, as well as an online survey where we had more than 450 people respond. We also talked to over 100 technical experts, and that was local, national, and international experts, looking at all the ways that we could move forward with local action to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and what were the ways we could move forward to actually find those reductions locally. I'll pass it over to Mary Jane. Next slide, please.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
And I think the next slide is about to come. There we go. All of this work aligns directly with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have them all here because climate change affects people in all these different ways, and addressing climate change can have a positive impact on all of these goals. Next slide, please. We realized in going through all of that consultation that if we want to become the equitable, prosperous community we envision, we can no longer work through incremental change. We need transformative change over the next 30 years. Here are the 4 key calls to action to transform the ways we move, the ways we build and operate our spaces, the ways we produce, consume, and waste, and the ways we relate to each other. Next slide. And here you see the trajectory that we are on and the trajectory that we want to be on. And I think the one that's most important to pay attention to is the green line going down towards the bottom. That's our pathway that gets us to an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050. That's the pathway this strategy is built on. And I want to mention that before the strategy was finalized, it was released for one final public consultation, and many key stakeholder groups weighed in: municipal staff, utilities, the agricultural sector. There was an equity and sustainability justice review and widespread public consultation through Engage WR. And all of that has been fed into the plan, and you can see in one of the appendices how that added to the plan that we're looking at now. I'm going to turn it over to Tova now.
And if we could go to the next slide, that'd be great. So we're going to dig just a little bit into the transformations that we're seeing and the things that are recommended in this plan. And so the first area we're looking at is transforming the ways that we move. 49% of our locally produced carbon footprint comes from transportation. So the first transformative change is that by 2050, we envision that most trips are using active transportation and supported by a robust public transit system. So the question is, what can your municipality do to help get us there? Part of it is thinking about redesigning, rebuilding, maintaining our transportation system that prioritizes active transportation. The other is that when we are looking at communities, development in communities and new communities, that we're creating complete communities so that people can choose to use public or active transportation to get to where they need because it's within close distance to where they live. Next slide, please. The next transformative change, number 2, is also about how we move. And this is that by 2050, our remaining personal and commercial vehicles are zero emission vehicles. And this is a transformation we're already seeing happen and that your municipality can play a really good role in. Part of it is switching commercial vehicles in your own fleet towards zero emission vehicles. And the other is to think about a region-wide electric vehicle strategy. And how do we have that infrastructure to get us to where we need to be so everyone can make this choice by 2050? Next slide, please. Next, we need to look at transforming the ways we build and operate our spaces. So by 2050, businesses and homes alike can no longer use fossil fuels for space heating and cooling or for water heating. This is an important transition that we have to take. And it's a role that the municipalities can help with, even the local utilities. So thinking about decarbonizing heating and cooling and water heating, as well as new buildings being built to a net zero carbon standard. As well, think about ways that your municipality can get us there, thinking about new energy sources, et cetera, to use existing infrastructure. Next slide. Mary Jane.
The next two transformations are about the ways we produce, consume, and waste. And this one is about organic matter going to landfill. We want to use less, waste less, and no longer dispose of organics in the landfill where they break down into methane, which is a far more powerful greenhouse gas. Some examples of how our municipality can get there. Well, we can have campaigns about a circular economy, promoting waste reduction and repurposing things at the end of their natural lifespan. And another way is to look at how often we demolish buildings and doing it only when necessary so we can reduce construction waste. Next slide, please. This one is about developing a thriving local food system built on local farming, local food production, and processing to feed our community. Some examples of how our municipalities can help us do this. One is to promote waste reduction and a circular economy where we use less, keep it longer, and repurpose it at the end. And another one is to look at the ways that we can have local plant-based meals at our functions. Yes, next slide, please. And finally, this transformational change forms the backbone for all of the rest of this work, transforming the ways that we relate. We want to reduce emissions in a way that increases equity and prosperity and resilience for all. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build the community that we want, and we really heard that so strongly through the community consultations that we had. So we want to support the community members that need it most through this process. And some examples of how our municipalities can get us there. A crucial first step is establishing metrics to measure our progress in creating climate solutions that increase equity. Secondly, looking at how we can protect land for large-scale renewable energy generation. And a very important one is advocacy together to the province and federal government for policies and programs that help transform the systems that they control. Final slide, please. We want to say a very big thanks to you, City of Kitchener Council, for being such a supportive partner in this whole process. And a very big, special shout out to Claire Bennett, to Justin Reedman, and Samantha Taverner for all of the work at our table. We also received superb support from all the volunteers that make up our sector committees, and we want to thank them. It is, I think, a really inspiring read, this plan, what we're proposing. And we are so honored to be on this journey with you and to roll up our sleeves together to make a more equitable, prosperous, and resilient community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both. That's appreciated. Once more, if staff are planning on adding anything further, or should I go on to the other delegations that are listed?
Through the chair, perhaps if staff provide their presentation, which provides a little bit of finer detail to that, and then whether you handle questions now of council or onto delegations.
Thank you. So allow staff to help provide more context to the report, which would be helpful. But do refrain from your questions of staff. We have a huge list of other delegations. Let's get to the delegations, and we can come back to staff for questions. And again, that way it'll allow us to get clarification of questions that may have been raised from the delegations. So go ahead, Samantha.
Okay, thank you. I'll just wait. Oh, I will just wait till the slides are pulled up, please. Perfect, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samantha Tavenor. I am the Sustainability Office Associate. Before committee today is a presentation and staff report on the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. This document has been created as Waterloo Region's Community Climate Action Strategy by Climate Action Waterloo Region. As the only municipality with a gas utility, myself and Greg St. Louis, Director of Gas and Water Utilities, will be co-presenting today. Next slide, please. The City of Kitchener is a member of Partners for Climate Protection, administered through Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Through Partners for Climate Protection, the city has a corporate and community greenhouse gas target. In 2017, the corporate target of an 8% reduction was approved by Council, with Corporate Climate Action Plan being endorsed in 2019. For the community target, Climate Action Waterloo Region Collaborative crafted the Transform Waterloo strategy, which sets out targets that are required to achieve greenhouse gas reductions and identifies ways that transformative changes can be achieved. At this stage, the strategy is being shared at all municipal councils to share the outcome of this collaborative work and public engagement that has been accomplished. Next slide, please. There are 78 action items listed in the strategy. Many action items name more than one lead organization. And in most cases where a municipality is identified, all area municipalities and often the region of Waterloo are also listed. The Climate Action Waterloo Region will track greenhouse gas emissions on an annual basis with a full greenhouse gas inventory completed no less than every 5 years. Key performance indicators will also allow monitoring of progress on an ongoing basis. A summary of actions for which City of Kitchener is either responsible as a lead, co-lead, collaborator, support, or participant is available in Appendix B, which is page 14. And a similar summary of actions for Kitchener Utilities is available in Appendix C or page 20. Next slide, please. A reduction target of 30% by 2030 has been identified as an interim milestone with a further goal of an 80% reduction by 2050. The technical pathway has laid out the ambitious action items that achieve the 30% reduction through local action. There will need to be strong advocacy for provincial and federal government action, policy change, and funding to achieve a further reduction of 50% by 2030. A consistent region-wide approach to climate action is important in addition to layering the two upper levels of government to achieve targets. I am aware that a 50% reduction by 2030 has been passed by other councils, and I understand that today a 50% reduction by 2030 motion will be brought forward and staff are supportive. Next slide, please. So there are 22 action items that the City of Kitchener is lead. Of the 22, there are 11 that have work underway. These action items are supported by policy in place, including the Cycling and Trails Master Plan, Complete Streets Kitchener, and the Downtown Grid, only a few as examples. Next slide, please. 8 of the 22 lead action items for City of Kitchener are currently not started. To begin work on these action items, various policy reviews will be required and collaboration between internal departments is needed. Next slide, please. And then 3 of the 22 lead action items for City of Kitchener will need additional resources at various levels. Next slide, please. When several municipalities in Waterloo Region declared a climate emergency or climate crisis in 2019, there was considerable interest in carbon budgets. At the request of municipalities, the project technical consultants applied the carbon budget methodology used by the City of Edmonton and the C40 cities to identify a total carbon budget number for the Waterloo Region community as a whole. The total carbon budget for Waterloo Region is 66.84 megatons of CO2e. The idea behind a carbon budget is to use that total number to create a plan to transition off of fossil fuels that stays within that carbon budget. This could involve spending more carbon upfront and then reducing emissions quickly after, or it can involve a more consistent reduction in the amount of carbon spent over time. What matters is staying within the overall carbon budget. Information on the carbon budget calculations is included in Appendix D or page 111 of the strategy document, and it can be used by municipalities as a common reference when starting any related work. Next slide, please. The companion staff report is intended to set out considerations for integration of the strategy in the City of Kitchener and Kitchener Utilities. I will now pass the presentation over to Greg St. Louis of Kitchener Utilities. Thank you.
Next slide, please. As illustrated in the slide, utilities are listed for 10 action items, which are highlighted in the council report. Enbridge Gas and Kitchener Utilities work collaboratively together to provide joint comments on the action plan. The themes for the utilities are finding alternative low carbon energy sources for heating of homes and water, energy planning and energy conservation in buildings, and the development of incentives for retrofit programs. Next slide, please. We want to be well positioned for this transition to a low carbon economy. There have been many advancements in hydrogen technology within the last year. The federal government has released its hydrogen strategy in December of 2020. The Canadian Gas Association and the Canadian Biogas Association released a renewable natural gas handbook for municipalities. Funding will most likely become available in the near future for both hydrogen and renewable natural gas studies. We need to determine our path forward and be ready to provide these funding opportunities. In order to achieve this, we need to develop a low carbon, sustainable business strategy for Kitchener Utilities. Next slide, please. Kitchener Utilities has been working hard for our customers for over 100 years, providing safe, reliable, and affordable natural gas. We need to continue to support the community's transition to reduce greenhouse gases. This is an opportune time as the community is looking for low carbon energy sources, and we need to develop this strategy to continue to bring affordable programs to meet their energy needs. Next slide, please. So we currently offer energy conservation programs for both residential and business customers. We're currently partnering with other utilities and municipalities to evaluate the feasibility of financing energy efficiency retrofits. On-bill financing design study is underway and is being led by REAP Green Solutions. Kitchener Utilities also rents many types of high efficiency gas and tankless and electric water heaters. Kitchener Utilities is also on the project team for the district energy feasibility study for the downtown core. Next slide, please. We are recommending a dedicated staff person to develop, support, and implement a strategy specifically for Kitchener Utilities. This low sustainable business strategy will develop an action plan to achieve sustainable targets and objectives. They will explore a new business opportunity and identify and evaluate large-scale renewable opportunities to supply heat and hot water. They will evaluate and use the feasibility of injecting hydrogen and renewable natural gas into our pipelines or other technology as it becomes available. They will assist on the district energy business case. Kitchener Utilities will work together with other energy providers and industry experts to align strategies and opportunities for large-scale renewable energy projects to provide the best options for our community and our customers. Next slide, please. And this slide illustrates the recommendations of the council report here. And for Kitchener Utilities, the second last bullet is the request for an additional FTA to support the development of this low carbon sustainable business strategy. Thank you.
Not sure what's happened to Councillor Singh.
Sorry, I'm here. I was speaking with my mic turned off. So thank you, Greg and Samantha. Appreciate the presentation and extra context to the report. Earlier, I had specified it would be best for committee members to hold up on their questions. If anyone has a more immediate questions to ask or issue, concern to raise, just raise your hand. I don't know who. If otherwise, please take your hand down, and then I'll try to keep the order. And then when we come back to staff, we can ask our questions. Councillor Chapman, you still have your hands up. Anything more immediate?
No, I can wait.
Yeah.
Councillor Chapman.
Okay. Councillor Singh, you're cutting out. You might have to turn your video off.
All right. Have your hand up from the beginning. So I've noted that you have moved, or you're interested in moving the item. Again, so if you have question of staff.
Councillor Singh, you're saying staff. What about Ms. Patterson and Ms. Davidson? You want us to wait for those as well?
I think if you want to, yes, that's right. So if you want to, I saw that presentation joined with staff. That's why I was perhaps waiting till the end. Again, I was assuming that the committee would find helpful of getting more larger context from all the other members that have registered. But if you want to ask questions of them first, that's perfectly fine.
No, that's fine. I will wait to ask them as well as staff until after. And as noted, at the appropriate time, I would like to move the recommendation. And I know that Councillor Chapman is moving to an amendment that she circulated afterwards.
Excellent. Okay. So in that case, I will go on to Mr. Nichols, Gordon Nichols. Gordon, you can begin when you like. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Sarah, would you please put up the PowerPoint? I want to thank you, councillors, for the work you've had to do during the last 18 months. Next slide, please. Clearly, it's been a very difficult time with COVID, the sickness and the deaths that have overwhelmed all of us. And I think it raises a serious question, namely, what can we learn from this COVID crisis for how to plan for the future? Most especially, will we plan to combat the ever-growing problem of climate change? Next slide, please. As the cartoon shows, there can be a lot of talk and maybe no action. Anyway, I think we need to know that There are three very important things that I think need to be done. You've got to reduce CO2 emissions in our region. We've got to increase tree coverage so nature can help us do that. And we need to improve the living environment and health of our citizens. Action point 1, reduce auto traffic. This 2010 brochure from Waterloo Region indicated that 40% of greenhouse gas emissions locally are from transportation. The new LRT is a good start, but I think we need to make sure, as mentioned in a previous submission, that we have an expanding transportation system that's electrified. Next slide, please. Action point 2. We need to have a new park for the Central Corridor. Adjacent to the Hidden Valley zoning area, there are going to be some 40,000 new residents to be housed in these high-density buildings along the Central LRT corridor. At this point, I think we should take the park fees that come from these and use them to purchase the Hidden Valley Park as an open space that can be reached by the LRT. It'll reduce CO2 if the LRT is used, and it'll provide a beautiful green space so necessary for good health for all these residents. Next slide, please. I don't know whether you know it, but the current 120 acres of older Hidden Valley forest absorb approximately 3,000 tons of CO2 a year and emit 1,320 tons of oxygen. That works out to reversing the CO2 footprint of 500 citizens annually. Worked out over a 10-year period, that's the footprint of 5,000. Next slide, please. Action point 3, health of our citizens. The COVID epidemic and medical research have shown that urban stress can be relieved by walking in an urban forest, such as in the picture from Hidden Valley. Not only did the COVID pandemic cost us over 25,000 lives, it brought severe mental depression to a large number of people. For kitchen politicians and planners, it should raise this question. Had the 40,000 new residents moved into those high-rise buildings along the LRT line, where would they have been able to go for outdoor recreation during the last 16 months? Where? Next slide, please. Let us remember the wonderful example that a previous council decided to implement when they got the Huron Natural Area preserved, and there's a beautiful forest with some small lakes, and it's a wonderful green space for the west end of the city. Now is the time to do the same thing for the current and the future citizens who will live in the center core of our city. Next slide, please. So, this map shows you the green area of Hidden Valley, most of which is apparently designated as ESPA. That needs to be preserved. In addition, I would think that areas C and G should also be preserved and replanted with trees. As the little cartoon on the left from the little boy says, plant more trees. This is the way to go. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there are several other open areas in Hidden Valley that could be used for various purposes. So for instance, at point H, which is the top left-hand quarter, you could put a soccer field and a kid's playground. Below that is point B, where you could put possibly either a future arena or a pool for all these 40,000 new people. At point G, which I suggest should be reforested, it could be a good starting point for hiking and trails. And finally, over at point C on the far right-hand side, you might consider a botanical garden, similar to what has been done in Gothenburg, Sweden, where they put a botanical garden there adjacent to a large natural area. Next slide, please. In conclusion, if you want to show progressive leadership in combating global warming and save our taxpayer dollars in the long run, then now is the time to guarantee that those 40,000 new residents who will come are going to have access to a green space that's close to them in the Central Corridor. I would propose you need to do three things. One, zone the entire 200 plus acres of Hidden Valley as ESPA, no exceptions. Two, buy the property from the developer. You will know Friends of Hidden Valley have been proposing this for 16 years, so this is not a new thing. Finally, and this is new, If the developer is not willing to sell, then it's time to expropriate. And that's a tough word, but I think we need to do tough things for this particular remedy to help in the CO2 reduction in our city. Thank you for listening to the plea from the Friends of Hidden Valley. I will take any questions when the
Thank you,
time.
Gordon. Yes, thank you, Gordon. I don't see any questions from the committee. Oh, I do now. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thank you, Gordon, for coming in. So do you see that this is a direct link to our climate change action plan? I mean, you have made that argument that you see this as a direct link, but my understanding is that we are going to see staff come back with recommendations about Hidden Valley at a future date. So I'm just curious, you know, what your thoughts are about that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marsh. The rezoning for Hidden Valley has been going on now for some 2.5 years, and it's gone through various stages. And of course, the owner developer wants to make sure that a substantial section of the property can be devoted to high rises. The Friends of Hidden Valley think that that is a bad move for the reasons I've already commented on. I've tried to come today with just a specific proposal to help in the climate change fight. There obviously are many other things, but this specific proposal would at least guarantee for the future a substantial green space for the 40,000 new residents that are going to come along that LRT line. And as you know, whenever you go downtown, those high-rise buildings are starting to appear in great numbers. There are no residents in them yet, but there will be within the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there are even some residents already moving in some of them. So you're right. Thank you very much for that. I applaud your passion and your commitment to this topic. And for myself, I will not suggest that we make a decision about that today, but I will. I do think that that it's worthy of consideration as we go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Davey, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Nichols, for your presentation. Just a question, because you touched upon it. Do you believe that high rises, that sort of intensification, is good or bad for the environment in terms of what we're looking at today?
That's a very interesting question, Councillor Davey. I personally think, if you really want to know what I think, that really interesting planning on the European model, where we work with from 3 up to 5 stories, which would then be easily accessible without having to have elevators, with a green space allocated inside of each of those small communities. And I remember I kept a journal when I visited Europe about 50 years ago, and I saw examples when I was in several countries where this sort of thing could be implemented and still have a small bit of green space associated with each building. With the current plan of going to the very big high rises, you're putting an awful lot of people on a very small space. Yes, it does do intensification, but it does intensification. And as we found out with this COVID problem in bigger cities, and we only have to go to downtown Toronto to see where people were basically trapped in and they had no place to go. No, Kitchener has made a commitment for several of these high rises, but I would wonder in the planning for the next stage as you go along, whether it wouldn't be wise to try and look at an intensification that did not go that high in the air.
Thank you for that. I absolutely agree that we need to make sure we have enough park space for the intensification we have. I just take a bit of a different approach in terms of basically every floor added to a building is less green space taken up. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. But the only other question I'll leave you with, and then that'll be the end of it. You're certainly informed, Mr. Nichols, and certainly you're aware of the price tag that comes associated with something like expropriation. And my being, a layperson that just wants to do as much as possible as we can for the environment would come back and say, we can probably buy, 20 hidden values outside the city of Kitchener and preserve those forever versus one inside. How would you respond to that?
I would respond by saying 20 hidden valleys outside of Kitchener would be an absolutely wonderful idea if you could do it. But in order for people to get at those 20 hidden valleys, they're going to have to use cars. And yes, I think in the next 20 years, we're going to see a very wonderful progress in terms of the electrification of cars for a large number of people. But we're still going to be using a lot of gasoline in cars for probably at least 20 to maybe 30 years. And as I tried to make clear in my presentation, one big advantage of Hidden Valley is it's right at the bottom of the LRT line, and people would be able to go there without using cars. In addition to that, I understand you're putting in place a new plan for more bikeways and walkways, and that also would be possible to connect people from the core area of Kitchener to Hidden Valley if they wanted to use active transportation to get there. And the cost, well, I did do a little calculation. If you could buy it for 10 million, which is more than double what the current owner paid for it, and we worked on the assumption of 250,000 residents in the city by the time we get some of these people in the center corridor, that works out to $40 per resident. For a permanent park in the future, $40 per resident is not a bad price to pay. It's roughly the price to go out for a dinner.
Thank you for taking the time today.
We haven't been able to do that recently. What a wonderful bargain to be able to put it into a fantastic new park.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. So that's all the questions for you, Gordon. Appreciate you coming forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next up is Devin Fernandez. Devin, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. So my name is Devin Fernandez. I moved to Kitchener in 2016 and for my master's in psychology. And I really didn't expect to stay here that long because my perception of Kitchener was that it was a tech city. And I kind of fell in love with the city and saw there was so much more to it. And in large part, that was because of the environmental angle that I saw in Kitchener. During my master's, I ended up co-founding the Kitchener-Waterloo Library of Things, which is a space where community members can borrow infrequently used items and helps reduce items that are sent to landfill. And through that is a lot of support from community members that have kind of mobilized on this. So I briefly just want to add my voice to the fact that Kitchener residents are incredibly passionate about these issues. I didn't expect to start a library during my master's full time, but it was truly because Kitchener residents were so passionate about this. I believe the climate crisis is not an environmental problem. It's a people created problem and exacerbated by people and the way we all collectively think and design. To flatten our emissions, it's going to take all of us, political systems, neighborhoods, and our businesses to think our way out of this problem. And I think Kitchener has tons to offer, but taking this one concrete step in terms of adopting and endorsing Transform WR, as well as the action of trying to reduce our emissions concretely by 2030, is one concrete way that we can build and innovate a caring and vibrant Kitchener. So I think it really kind of goes back to why are we all here? Why did we all choose to be in Kitchener? It may have been through family or otherwise. But I really want to thank the people who are involved in this, city councilors, mayor, staff, everyone involved, but really just add my voice to this collective movement that if we want to think our way out of this, it's through discussions like this and through engaging other folks further on. So I know we're already over time, so I'll leave it at that, but happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Devin. I appreciate you keeping your comments concise. Any questions for the delegation? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Next up we have is Scott Morton. Nimia. Scott, you can start when you like, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, sorry. Hi there, I thought the call just dropped as I was going on. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and through you to the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of 50 by 30 Waterloo Region about the need for urgent climate action as you consider the Transform WR strategy. My name is Scott Morton Minomia, and I'm proud to be born and raised in Kitchener. Next slide, please. 50 by 30 is a next slide, please. 50 by 30 is a grassroots community organization made up of volunteers. And we are advocating for bold, swift, local climate action. We've been working hard throughout the pandemic online to mobilize community support, including over 7,000 emails sent to councillors across the region in support of 50 by 30 and the Transform strategy. Next slide, please. We endorse the Transform WR strategy developed by Climate Action Waterloo Region as a critical part of catalyzing solutions in our region and recommend that its approval must also include an in-principle commitment to meet the science-based target to reduce local emissions 50% by 2030. We recognize that this ambitious target will only be possible with the support of the provincial and federal governments, and we therefore call on City of Kitchener and the other municipalities to advocate strongly for that support throughout this crucial decade. Next slide, please. Our call for urgent action is backed by decades of science, and these warnings aren't new, just growing more urgent. Global atmospheric concentrations of CO2 are now at 419 parts per million. That's updated since this slide was made, far above the safe threshold of 350 parts per million. If we continue on this trajectory, children in Waterloo Region, like my 3 kids, will live to see a 4-degree temperature change, a completely new geological age in their lifetimes. Climate change is not a future problem, and our community will not be exempt from climate impacts. Next slide, please. Climate impacts are occurring on a global scale, and the responses are coming swiftly. Cities are leading this global response, and over 700 cities have committed to doing their fair share to reach 50 by 30. Canadian cities are among them. Vancouver has committed to 50 by 30, and Halifax is shooting for an impressive 75% reduction by 2030. Next slide, please. Halifax estimates that their plan to reach 75 by 30 will generate over 90,000 person years of employment over the coming decades. In Kitchener's context, this is equivalent to taking almost double of Google's expanded workforce plan and adding that number of jobs to the city's economy every year for a decade. And I hope that sounds really interesting to you. Moreover, in our region, the Community Energy Investment Strategy suggests the potential to keep tens or even hundreds of millions of local energy dollars in our region through the creation of local renewable energy. Next slide, please. We need to take these bold local actions very quickly because, as the IPCC says, every action matters, every bit of warming matters, every year matters, and every choice matters. Next slide, please. The world today needs more people and governments and cities that are ready to do and willing to do good. This quote from the Make It Kitchener 2.0 strategy captures a vision that we will be the city that does the most good in the world. I'm captivated by that vision. I invite you to pick your own reason to say yes to the Transform WR strategy and a 50 by 30 target. Do you want our city to be safer, our local businesses to thrive? Do you want to do the right thing? Do you want to make Kitchener the city that does the most good in the world? Choose your own motivation and make the decision to adopt the Transform WR strategy and a 50 by 30 target. Final slide, please. This right here is my motivation to push for bold climate action. These are my 3 kids on our beautiful street in Kitchener this spring. Your decision today can create for them and the other young citizens of Kitchener who are listening today a community that leads on climate action because it is the right thing to do. A safer community, a more prosperous community, and a community that ensures everyone benefits from the safety and prosperity that results from taking leadership and committing to 50 by 30. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Scott. I have a few questions of you from committee. Councillor Ioannidis, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thanks, Scott, for coming in and for all the work that your group has done and everything else. And we were really made aware of with the concern that your groups had, and I don't want to state this as a criticism, but I think, to be honest, you'd be just as much as effective as a petition rather than sending all the individual emails, because it just eventually it just gets so much that no one even reads them anymore because they're the exact same type of letter. But again, we get the message, but I think you would accomplish that exactly in the same way with a petition. If you came and said there's 12,000 or 7,000, that would have the same impact to me, right, as the emails. And I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said, and totally agree with action needs to be taken, and I fully support the recommendations that you're moving with. I just wanted to make sure that there is an understanding within the Waterloo region that Kitchener is probably in the toughest spot to make these changes compared to the other municipalities. I just wonder if you were aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that I worked for a municipality for 5 years, and I understand very well, it wasn't this municipality, but I understand very well the challenges that municipalities face. And that's why it's important, and why it's been emphasized in the presentation, that it's incumbent upon municipalities to advocate to the other levels of government that have the resources to help that happen. Because ultimately, this is a global problem. There's no arguing it's an atmosphere. The consequences are going to come. We're going to suffer from them the same as every other city. Our city already has an excellent track record of advocacy to those other levels of government. Of course, Mayor Verbanovic was the chair of FCM. So yeah, we certainly, 50 by 30 as an organization recognizes that this is challenging for every municipality. We're not asking those municipalities, our municipalities, to do the impossible. We're asking them to go forth and ask the other levels of government for the support that we need to meet this crisis. And yeah, we take your point about the emails. That's democracy in action, and we want to do it in a way that is gonna achieve these goals. So thanks for the input.
Yeah, and again, I love the feedback. It's just the delivery, it just gets clouded, and it just becomes less effective. But anyways, I'm glad that you recognize that there is some challenges, and moving forward, I think Kitchener in particular, because we do own our utilities, we are doing it's a little more challenging, but we are very committed to the goals moving forward. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, hi, Scott. Thank you so much for coming in today. I'm going to ask more of a personal question, and that is, what in particular moved you to get involved in this cause? Because I think it might serve to, other members of the public who might be watching to say, oh yeah, I have that same concern, or whatever, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's a couple. I mean, the last slide that I showed you is a big part of my motivation. I hope for my kids to grow up in this community, and that's not just like a trite cliche. That's the absolute. That is what I hope is going to happen. And I'm doing a PhD right now in it's on decarbonizing our economy, our communities, and decolonizing them at the same time. So I've taught a course at University of Waterloo on climate change. So I've seen the science and I've seen the potential impacts here. And when I see those and think about my kids and other kids around the world facing those, I think if I can't just sit around and do nothing. And I recognize that this is hard work. Like all of us on the committee, those 700 emails didn't come out of nowhere. That was a lot of hard work that was put into that. And we're not looking for any medals for that, but we just want to call on everyone to put in the work that is needed to create the future community. The economy is obviously important. I want my kids to grow up with a strong economy too, because I want them to have an excellent livelihood. If we're looking at a new geological age, how are we going to support an economy with those kind of impacts? It's a moot point. The economy becomes a moot point when you're looking at the kind of impacts we're looking at. I'm not saying the economy is not important. I'm saying, how in the world are we going to support it if we're looking at these disastrous impacts? And that's not sky is falling. That's like, look at the science. There's plenty of science to back that up.
Well, as I said, thank you for coming in and for caring so passionately about this, because I think it's great to see the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Scott, that's all the questions for you. Appreciate your time and coming forward. Next allocation is Meg Rutten-Walker. Meg, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I delegate before Council as a citizen of Kitchener to support the Transform Waterloo Region strategy with the amendment of 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions this decade, as Waterloo, Cambridge, Woolwich, and Wellesley have passed previously this month. Climate change is an intergenerational justice issue, as well as an urgent crisis with visible impacts right now. Children in Waterloo Region, as the previous delegate mentioned, will live to see a completely different Earth than the one they were born into. Right now, this decade, we have the opportunity to decide what kind of world our children will inherit: a low-carbon, resilient community, or one increasingly overwhelmed by ecological crises. My son, who's in the other room right now, hooting and making noise, as children do, is now 7 and a second-generation climate kid, the child of parents who were raised knowing the gravity of the climate crisis while very little was being done to reduce emissions. I don't want the burden of an uncertain future to weigh as heavily on him as it does on me. I want him to know we did everything we could to urgently reduce emissions now. We have the responsibility to do everything we can for the safety and happiness of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Megan. I don't see anyone coming forward with questions. We appreciate your time for coming forward. Next delegation is Leslie Johnson, for fossil-free University of Waterloo. Leslie, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me? Terrific.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. So as was mentioned, I'm a University of Waterloo student in public health and a longtime member of Fossil Free UW, which is one of the University of Waterloo's climate action groups. So this is a really exciting time for Waterloo Region. A couple of weeks ago, the University of Waterloo Board of Governors voted to adopt its climate neutral investment policy. So this goes beyond divestment. It's a strategy that features many ambitious targets, including a 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, a 100% reduction in carbon holdings in both its pension and endowment funds by 2040, and a commitment to hold no material positions in fossil fuel and exploration companies by 2025. So this is on top of UW's declaration of a climate emergency and its adoption of a climate and energy action plan. As you well know, we've seen many exciting commitments over the past couple of weeks supporting the Transform Waterloo Region climate strategy, while including the very important commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. It's really filling us students with hope to see the municipalities across the region make these commitments. So I'm here today to voice my strong support on behalf of Fossil Free UW for Transform UW in the hope that we can take this work even further. I want to thank all of you for your hard work and commitment on this demonstrated in this important document. We're all thrilled to see cities taking leadership with the strategy and important equity and justice focused commitments that go along with it. So I'm hoping everyone here today will say yes to this strategy and then add an and to this effort, as have the other regions. And again, my and is that we commit to reducing local emissions by 50% by 2030. I have heard your discussion over this past hour, and I recognize that it is a challenge for Kitchener, but it is one that I believe is absolutely necessary. So we will be there with you to support you in your work as you approach the provincial and federal government. Obviously, we're a very passionate and dedicated group, and this is not something that we would ask you to do on your own. Further proof of that point, at this point, I had sent along a video that I'm hoping will work to extend further notes of support from other members of Fossil Free UW. Thank you. My name is Leslie Johnston. I'm a resident of Waterloo Region and a public health doctoral candidate. I support this action because we have all been working so hard to flatten the curve on COVID-19, and yet the disruption to the current moment will pale in comparison to the impact of the climate emergency. Flattening the greenhouse gas emission curve must be viewed as being as critical to a healthy population as is bending the curve on COVID-19. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Nkasa, and I'm a second-year environment student at the University of Waterloo. I support this strategy because a serious existential threat like the climate crisis needs an immediate and comprehensive response. The region needs to implement the strategy. We can and must lead this change in Waterloo.
My name is Frances Hetland, and I support this climate action strategy because I know that it is one developed based on the strongest scientific understandings of our current climate situation and our projected potential futures. I know it holds the social and economic interests of our entire community, as well as our invaluable environment in its words. I am proud to live in the Waterloo region, and I know that as a community, we all know better than to let opportunities for change slip by us. Thank you, 50 by 30, for looking out for everyone.
My name is Petra Duff, and I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Waterloo. I support this action because the timeline for appropriately addressing climate change goes shorter and shorter as we continue to put off decisive action. And 50% carbon emissions reductions by 2030 is crucial to constraining global warming levels to a reasonable level.
Hi, my name is Guy Brodsky, and I'm an environment student at the University of Waterloo, as well as a resident of Waterloo and a member of Fossil Free UW and Our Time KW. I really support passing the Transform WR plan, although I think that the end goal should really be a 50% reduction by 2030. These next few years need to be chock full of action, or else the years after that are going to be a lot different than what we actually think. So good luck.
Thank you, Leslie, and appreciate the video having to bring additional context from a youth perspective, or at least from the university students and your organization. I have a question from Councillor Chapman. Go ahead.
Yeah, Leslie, thank you for the video and for coming here today. We often talk about, or it seems that we mostly talk about reduction goals and how we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And in the work that you've done through your different action groups, what can you tell us about production levels? How are they measured? How are they compared to reduction levels? And in the end, are we just barely making things even, or are there, what would we have to do to look beyond just reduction levels?
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by production versus reduction?
Well, yeah, because we talk about how we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but we don't talk about the greenhouse gases that we actually produce when building new buildings or building cars, or how do we balance that out? And maybe you could direct us somewhere to see how these production numbers are calculated or appear.
Sure. Well, as I mentioned, so unfortunately, I'm not an expert on this. I am a public health doctoral student, so not an engineer. But what I do study is the actual, I look at mining development in low and middle income countries. And so I'm looking at, for instance, for my dissertation, copper productions in Zambia. And this, of course, copper is a very important mineral that's going to help with this energy transition, but very clear that mining is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. In my research, what I have learned is that, yes, there are significant productive emissions from this work, but it is also at the end of the day, when you do a total comparison, and again, this is not my expert opinion, but the World Bank, for instance, has released a report on this that I could happily send to you, that shows how it looks like we produce only about a third of total emissions, for instance, when we're making a car, as compared to the total life of a car that burns greenhouse gas emissions. So obviously we're not getting all the way to net zero with that shift, but you can see there is a significant change in what we're doing. So that's one particular example. I think generally, your commitments here in terms of moving us towards greener modes of transportation are another really important component of this, getting us more on our bikes and on accessible transit that meets the needs of all communities. I think it can become an issue, as you're well aware, in Kitchener, to ensure that these are equitable and accessible options. So that's an important consideration. Not every family is going to be able to afford a new green car. So yeah, these sorts of considerations are important, and also do help us address the overall emissions. I don't know if that sort of gets at what you were asking.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot. I just thought, through your activist work, you might have sort of thought about this. But that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me know if you'd like that World Bank report. Happy to send that along.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman, and thank you, Leslie, for coming forward. We appreciate the information that you provided. Next is Mike Maurice. Mike, you have 5 minutes. Please begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Singh, and good afternoon to the committee. For those attending or listening this afternoon who have not met before, my name is Mike Morris. I live in Cherry Park in Kitchener on Block 2 of the Haldeman Tract, and I founded Sustainable Waterloo Region almost 15 years ago. With Mary Jane Patterson and several others, I helped launch Climate Action WR in the years that followed. And almost a decade ago, I co-presented to Kitchener Council our community's first climate plan referenced in the staff report. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I strongly encourage Council to support the Transform WR Climate Action Strategy, alongside the 4 other area councils that have already done so in recent weeks. It's an ambitious plan that reflects incredible work by a wide mix of community members and organizations. As you've heard this afternoon, Transform WR is the result of years of consultation and technical review, and the community and city staff have done their jobs well, preparing a plan rooted in local actions that taken together would transform our community for the better. As well, I join others in encouraging you to fully align the strategy with climate science as called for by scientists, Indigenous leaders, and young people for decades. And this includes, at minimum, a 50% by 2030 target. As Staffley rightly point out in their report, and as was mentioned earlier this afternoon, the City of Kitchener will not be able to achieve this target on its own. You will need stronger leadership from our provincial and federal governments to do so. Wisely, staff have included ongoing advocacy to both these levels of government as part of their recommendation, and you've already been doing this work. I was with you back in November when you put out a call for the provincial government, for example, to move towards moving away from natural gas in terms of our electricity grid. I understand Councillor Chapman intends on bringing forward an amendment to the current recommendation in support of adding a 50 by 30 target. And I encourage you to support this amendment. In doing so, by approving the Transform WR strategy and adding a 50 by 30 target, you would not only be supporting the incredible work that this community has done, but showing the leadership we need of all elected officials in this day to be bold in setting targets that align with climate science and committing to ongoing advocacy and engagement with other levels of government to ensure that collectively we do our fair share in pursuit of a sustainable and equitable future. Thanks for your time and for all of your commitment to public service. Welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mike. I have Councillor Johnston first.
Yes, thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you, Mike, for coming in today. It's great to hear from you. You've got a long history in this community working on this issue. I want to ask a question from a little different lens, and it's around economic development, actually. And I think that a question that the taxpayers often have is, it's great that you want to do this. This is going to cost a lot of money, but we don't talk about the economic driver that green jobs are. So I'm wondering if you can maybe comment on that a little bit, and maybe that will be helpful.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for your question, Councillor Johnston. Two quick stories for you on this. The first, back in like 2012, the region of Waterloo offered a small grant to Sustainable Waterloo Region, and I think it might have been REAP as well at the time, to incentivize energy audits from the business community. It was like 150,000 or so, and we were able to pair it so that companies that were setting targets to reduce their carbon footprint could work with local providers to get that work done. In the year that followed, I think it was a 5x return of economic development to our community for each dollar that the region invested when it was paired with the business case for the businesses that participated at that time to not only spend the money to get the audit done, but then to do the work that the audit called for that was in that business's best interest with a payback period of whatever it was, if they're willing to accept a 1-year payback or up to a 5-year. And that money then stayed in our community as a result. That's the good news story. Another example, I remember it was back in 2011 or so, and there was a solar manufacturer that was looking at siting their next plant. And at the time, it was CTT, Canada's Technology Triangle, that had organized some meetings to attract this company to site in Waterloo Region. And one of the number one reasons they shared around what they were looking for in terms of where they would site their manufacturing facility was the extent to which there was a supportive community around climate action. And we lost in that case. They ended up siting in Guelph at that time. And I think that's an example of the kind of, if you look at the growth of the low carbon economy growing faster than the rest of the economy is, those are the kinds of companies we want to be attracting. And I think we're only going to do so when we support plans that are as ambitious as this, and then have the community support that you've heard from organizations and individuals across our community. And so I think those hopefully gives you a sense of some of the economic development that I think we'll continue to see.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And I think it's really important for us to think about it in terms of it being an economic driver and bringing jobs to the community as well. So thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Next is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike, for coming in. You mentioned Climate Action Waterloo Region. I didn't catch the year that you said it was drafted.
Well, Climate Action Waterloo Region was formed in 2011, and Climate Action Waterloo Region came in front of this council for the first time in 2013. That's when Kitchener Council first approved the original, the first ever community-wide climate target.
Okay, thank you. So my question to you is, how far have we come? Like you were part of the creation of that document, and you see the Transform Waterloo Region now. Are we on a good track, or what would your assessment of where we were then and where we are now?
Well, do you want the good news or the bad news? Like the reality is that we're not on track. Canada-wide, we are the only country in the G7 whose emissions continue to rise. We are far from anything resembling what we committed to in Paris, and we're not on track to meet what scientists are calling for. As a community, we've done better, and that's in the Climate Action WR report, and I'd probably best to defer to staff to share with you more of the specifics. But through a mix of, first of all, provincial actions like phasing off of coal-fired powered electricity, it was a significant reduction in emissions across the province, and that had, of course, a benefit to reducing our emissions in Waterloo regions as well as local actions that we've taken. LRT being one example that Gord mentioned earlier in the conversation, and so we are tracking at least better than the country as a whole is. However, we would need significantly more ambitious action to be taken. And I think this is, again, why you're hearing from Tova and MJ, very rightly so, that Transform WR includes everything that is technically feasible for our community to do. And we will need higher orders of government to be alongside us in order to meet the aspiration that science calls, that scientists are calling for, and in order for us to turn the corner on the climate crisis.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morris, for coming in. I do want to ask you, so when I think about setting targets for environmental change, for us to really get serious about climate change, what I want to be able to do is set targets that we can meet, but I also want to be aspirational in setting targets that are, are ones that we need all the levels of government to work together on. So I understand. I will absolutely be able to support, going forward, the two. But I'm trying to understand what are your thoughts about how do we talk about them in the general public, so that we are maintaining the motivation, because we may not get to the 50 by 30 if we don't have everyone on board. And so if we set those targets and then we don't meet them, what's the impact? So I'm trying to grapple with that one.
Yes, through the chair, thank you so much for these questions. That shows the integrity of this council. And thanks for asking for my input on it. I think the short answer for you is that as elected officials today, I think it's imperative for you to be aligning yourselves with climate science, because that's the message we need to bring to the community at large. I think that's the message you're hearing from the community this afternoon, and that I've heard when we're in front of the Township of Woolwich and the City of Waterloo and others, is that there is wide support across our community for elected officials at every level of government to not be kind of offloading to one or the other, saying, well, it's not mine. Actually, no, we need all levels of government working together to align with climate science, and to say it might be better than what this city has done or better than what we did last year. We're kind of running out of time for those kinds of conversations. It doesn't really matter. The only yardstick that matters is climate science. And it's pretty objective and very clear cut, as you've heard from others this afternoon, those with more actually climate science background than I have. I'm just following what Indigenous leaders and climate scientists and young people are telling me. And that's what I would bring forward to you all. And so as we continue this conversation, and I hope you will be supporting Transform WR and the 50 by 30 target together, not because it's ambitious, but simply because that's what scientists are telling us is required for us to sustain human life on this planet. And as a city, we should be doing our equitable and fair share in moving towards that, and continuing the engagement and advocacy, in particular with, as you say, with provincial and federal governments that certainly need to be doing more. And I think if you look at other communities' climate plans, many other communities across Ontario, their climate plan looks like ours does because they copied and pasted from it, which is fantastic. It means that we showed some leadership, we went first, and we made it easier for others to follow suit. I think that's part of the reason why so many across our community are excited about the city of Kitchener moving ahead with this, is I think it then gives our city and you all a stronger voice to then go to other levels of government, said, you know, we've done, look at what Transform WR is calling for. As Councillor Ioannidis has already called out, it's not easy for us. You know, we're all in. And I think that gives our community and you as a council a stronger voice to other levels of government to encourage them to be alongside us and to push them to do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Singh, and thanks, Mike, for coming in. And we all know very well how dear to this is to your heart and everything else. We do appreciate everything you have brought forward to the community. Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon in the past, through Councillor Chapman's question about if we've done enough. And I know you said we've done more. And what I think, we've done everything that the organizations that we worked with at the time to move forward with that agenda. So that's where I come from. So to me, I think we've always set a standard above where the higher levels of government have not. So I just want to, is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the point of clarification. And I see Mary Jane on the screen as well here, and Tova and others. As a community, our city and you as a council have consistently shown leadership on climate change. It was a unanimous endorsement when Mary Jane, myself, and others were in front of this council. And Mary Jane can correct me in the chat box if there's one. I think it was 2013 at that time when that first community plan came forward to all of you. And again, most recently in 2019, when we were able to be in council chambers and it was packed. And again, this council unanimously supported the reality, affirming a resolution about the climate emergency that we are in. And so for as long as I've been in front of this council, I've seen strong support from the city of Kitchener. And what you're hearing this afternoon is, you know, very clear calls and recommendations from staff and from the community to continue down that path and to align it with science. And in doing so, I think that kind of continues the tradition that Councillor Ioannidis is referring to. And I hope that that's the path that you choose to take.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for that clarification. I think that's really helpful for individuals to understand that this is just not one little step that we're doing. We've been making these steps for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis, and thank you, Mike. That's all the questions from the committee. We appreciate you having brought forward your perspective today, and as you have continued to do in the past as well.
Thank you.
Next is Kay Reamer Watts.
Oh, hello. Am I?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I think you have a presentation.
Slides. There we go. Perfect. So grateful for all of you to take the time to listen to many of us in the broader community today. My name is Kai. I'm a resident of Kitchener and an organizer with 50 by 30 and a graduate student in community psychology at Wilfrid Laurier. But today I'm speaking as a resident to share some reflections on opportunities for action, why I support both the 50 by 30 motion and transform strategy. So just starting with this image of a climate justice banner that's been taken up by local faith communities across our region that includes my own home church, Rockway Mennonite in Kitchener, and about a dozen others, as a powerful public statement on the importance of climate action grounded in social justice, which local faith communities also stand behind. These public symbols are very important, and they speak to local support for action, as well as the importance of, as I think others have said, empowering local communities to help co-create solutions to address this crisis. Because if history is any guide in this, we know community-led solutions can often go far beyond initial expectations of what's possible, rising to the challenge. And we must do that again today and support our communities to innovate solutions. Next slide. So this is one tangible example of this potential for local innovation seen in the groundbreaking Evolve One building in North Waterloo, Canada's first zero carbon net positive energy commercial office building, transforming the way we build. And you can see how it would be not net positive because look at all the solar. So when we think about driving down emissions and building greater energy resilience here, support for clean energy solutions is a must. And again, recognizing the local capacity to do what many initially deemed impossible. Evolve One was built entirely on the developer's own money while still making a profit, and proves that many solutions like this can be done right now without the use of fossil fuels. Another to explore, of course, is building retrofits for existing buildings, which can also create many good green jobs. So we know building a strong economy can go hand in hand with doing what's needed to protect our climate. Next slide. So a few final points I'll mention concerning food. Waterloo Region is a significant food producing hub and could become even more so. We are within a day's drive of more than 100 million people. And of course, our local farmland can be a critical part of climate solutions and food security. But to do that, we must protect, not destroy it, requiring what the region terms growth management and increasing density over urban sprawl and honoring the countryside line. Next slide. So this brings me to a fun exercise to spark interest that I've used in some courses I've taught. Simply exploring for a fairly common meal like pancakes, how many ingredients are actually in them, how many plants, minerals, animal products, based on a recipe passed down to me by my grandparents. Next slide. And so surprisingly, when I broke this down, and these are perhaps a bit gourmet, but there are 18 different ingredients in this recipe. And I mention this because for all of us privileged enough to be able to reliably eat meals like this today, we should remember the obvious, that all of these come from nature and our life-giving climate, and of course from the hard work of farmers, both here and around the world. Many of the ingredients used here, some are local, many, as you can likely guess, are not, but could be. So this does relate to transforming how we consume and produce food. And it behooves Waterloo Region to invest much more into protecting and enhancing sustainable local food production. Farming can play a critical role reducing our carbon footprint, sequestering carbon, and reducing food miles by buying local food. To increase food security, affordable access to healthy food, and resilience. So at previous councils, the Food Systems Roundtable has spoken to this quite eloquently and has more knowledge than I do, but there's certainly many resources in our community. Next slide. So to wrap up Kitchener, while I know the challenges are hard and large, we all do, together we can and must do this, just as others are around the world. And so today, the request from many is to be a champion for climate action grounded in social justice, supporting the 50 by 30 motion and transform strategy. This is the moment we must rise to the challenge before us, and by doing so can best build resilience and reap the benefits of contributing to much needed climate solutions and the growing clean economy right here in Kitchener. Let's not waste this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kai. Appreciate the presentation. Question from Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Chair Singh, and thanks, Kai, for your presentation. And I really like the aspect that you spent a little bit of a portion with regards to the agricultural portion. And, you know, I think a lot of a focus for the reduction of greenhouse gases is something that every individual can do just by changing their diets and everything else. So I really appreciate that aspect of your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, next, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, Kai, thank you so much for coming in and for reminding us of the countryside line. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind as we talk about greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, etc. I was just wondering, you're a Laurier student. I was just wondering if you were familiar with the work that Alison Blais-Baumer is doing. She's the current UNESCO chair on food, biodiversity, and sustainability studies. And I know she's probably just down the hallway from you, and I know she's doing a lot of really great stuff. So, and I know there are people that are working on urban food sustainability and sovereignty. So it's just, I throw it out there as something that might interest you. And she's right here in town, right? So it's a great resource.
Yeah. Absolutely, through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Chapman. I am familiar with her work, and I qualify that by saying that I'm not an expert in food systems. Far from it. It's not my area of focus. However, I love food, and I've often found in conversations around climate that it can be a really effective way of bringing many more people into the conversation. I mean, it's something common that kind of binds us all. And so absolutely, and it can be a great way effective way to support our local agricultural community and recognize the vital role that they also play in our local economy and in driving solutions, which as Councillor Ioannidis said, I think is too often left out of the conversation.
Great, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. And Kai, again, Councillor Chapman had identified your point about the countryside line. If you can comment more about that, the importance of that preservation, that hard line, to ensure that we don't have continued urban sprawl. And how do you identify the urban sprawl as a contributing factor to, you know, trying to meet our overall greenhouse gas reduction targets?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Councillor Singh. I mean, I think that some amount of this is common sense. Southern Ontario is certainly intensifying development extremely quickly, and there's a risk there when we think about how we develop to simply eating up all of our prime agricultural farmland and giving it over to communities that are extremely designed around, for example, automobiles. And that's what sprawl often lends itself to, densifying around the existing transit corridor, like Council has mentioned several times, and staff have, I saw recommended in the regional official plan discussion, makes a lot of sense. We have a transit hub already that can be improved at the core of our region. And as we know, a large amount of our emissions are from transportation. Continuing to kind of build car-centric developments that eat up farmland that could be a part of the solution is kind of would be taking us in the wrong direction. So yeah, I
thank you.
hope
That
helps.
puts into yes, it does help. I think it puts it in perspective of what the contributing factors are. And the reason why I asked this question is we have a huge struggle with playing that balancing act, where learned persons like yourself do identify a challenge of having that urban sprawl and the important aspect of our community reducing our carbon footprint. While at the same time, we have a counter argument saying, no, not too much development, not too fast, even in our urban core. Let's slow it down, let's stop it or pause it. Again, unless we are wanting to stop growth, we are wanting to stop immigration, again, nationally, provincially, and locally, to retain our competitive edge. I think it's easily been identifiable that growth is necessary. Having a 1+ to 2+ growth overall nationally is going to lead to a success as a nation. And for us to be able to achieve that is a way of immigration. That's new people coming to our shores that need housing. So if we have to provide that housing, again, that will have to happen either intensified in our urban core or continue to lead out. So how do you balance that? What do you think trumps the need to be mindful of how that development happens, or to be fully narrowly focused on our carbon footprint and develop smart?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Singh. It's an excellent question. I would not claim to have the crystal ball solution to this. However, I do think that when we are talking about densifying, which is of course changing the makeup of our community in a very physical way, how we go about that, from involving community members in the process to building more intentional communities, so that people actually want to live in these buildings and in the downtown urban core, can really help to change the conversation, right? Right now, we know there's a lack of affordable housing. Some cities in Europe, for instance, would dedicate a certain percentage of new developments to affordable housing. And we heard earlier in the delegations today, the need for access to urban green space, around, especially if we're inviting thousands more people into these denser neighborhoods. So how density is designed, the community involvement in that process, the intentionality of the neighborhoods that are created, all makes a difference in terms of whether people are interested in this. And of course, we can look at areas of the world where densification is far more the norm, and people are excited about that because of everything that also goes along with it. So I think we really have to help sell, the full attractiveness of what this can be. And that takes intentionality and not just viewing development on a piecemeal by piecemeal basis.
Thank you, Kai. I appreciate that. It really helps us to, have an understanding, as we try to grapple with that. As I referred to earlier, that balancing act. But I think one does supersede the other, and the right smart development can help us to, have a significant reduction on our environmental footprint. So thank you. There are no other questions. Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Next up is Eric Huntsberger and Ron Hill from Faith Climate Justice. This is a cool presentation, and you have combined 5 minutes to do your presentation.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Singh, Mayor Urbanovic, councillors, and PSI committee members. And I think I've got some slides that hopefully Sarah can bring up for me. Here we go. So my name is Eric Hunsberger, and I'm here today with Ron Hiller on behalf of Faith Climate Justice, a regional network of faith communities founded in 2019. We currently represent faith communities from Jewish, Hindu, and Christian traditions. Interfaith Grand River and Christians Together Waterloo Region have also joined the Faith Climate Justice Network. We continue to grow and welcome members of all faiths and people of goodwill. Next slide, please. So as people of faith and citizens of Waterloo Region, we are concerned both about the climate crisis and with recovering justly from COVID in a way that leaves no one behind. The text on this slide is from our website, and you can learn more about us at faithclimatejustice.ca. Next slide, please. So here are some highlights of things that we've done in the past year. We designed and printed a banner. So Kai already mentioned this, and you saw it again on my title slide. A special thanks to Abi Dewan and Heather Lee for the design itself. And so far, 10 banners are hanging around the region, and numerous other faith communities have expressed interest. We've started open dialogues on how we can be faith leaders for climate justice, which are helping to grow our network and bring the conversation beyond our original faith communities. And we've organized delegations to a number of local councils, which brings me here today. Next slide, please. So while we share a lot in common with other climate action groups that you've heard from today, what distinguishes us is our faith perspective. We view the natural world as a sacred trust, and our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being depends on it. We see climate action as not only the best choice for humanity, but our moral obligation as caretakers of and partners with the natural world. Climate justice and social justice are directly connected. The most vulnerable will be the most affected by climate change, and it is our duty to care for them. These same groups are also some of those most affected by COVID and the economic challenges that have come with the pandemic. And we view the next decade as a prime opportunity to build both a more just and more carbon-friendly society as we recover. Next slide, please. So we are here today to voice our support of the Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy as a critical starting point. It is thoughtfully put together with broad consultation, and it emphasizes key principles of inclusion, equity, and caretaking of and partnership with the natural world. We also want to advocate for a stronger goal of a 50% emissions reduction by 2030. We know that municipalities can't do this alone, as you've heard from many others. So again, we're just asking you to take on this goal and to advocate with other levels of government for the resources that we need to accomplish this. And I also want to emphasize that we're not here just to get this motion passed. We will continue to mobilize and support our community so that we can actually meet these goals. We're here for the long run. And we have a statement going to Regional Council that expands on all that I've said here in advance of the June 22nd meeting, deliberating on these same issues. And so now I want to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Ron Hiller. And could we actually have the slides down so everybody can see Ron's face as he speaks?
Councilors, you impressed me greatly for hanging in with all of us. I'm a lifelong Kitchener resident and a member of Faith Climate Justice. I'm a very musical guy. After graduating from Teachers College in 1989, I chose to combine my strong music background with my teacher training to become children's singer-songwriter Rono. Soon I was presenting my songs, some of them being environmental songs, in schools all over Ontario, including in almost every elementary school in Kitchener. That's what began for me in 1989. And now here we are almost a third of a century later. And where are we at? Some progress has been made in caring for our environment, but sadly not enough. We haven't kept up, and now we've got a climate crisis and related problems that are more urgent than ever. The years have passed so quickly. The coming years will also pass quickly. We must be acting urgently and boldly now. The trade-off for not doing so is just too great. A tragedy, really, considering what has been lost already and what we risk losing. We, Faith Climate Justice Waterloo Region, are here to support you. You can count on us to have your backs when you do what is truly needed. We deeply appreciate all your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you both. I don't see any questions from the committee. Next up, we have Carol Burrows. Carol, you have 5 minutes.
I found my unmute button. Thank you.
No problem, Carol. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. I'm not going to repeat a lot of things that have already been said. There's been so many wonderful speakers, but I want to thank you all for giving me a chance to speak to you today. My name's Carol Burrows, and I've lived in Kitchener for 20 years. As a private citizen, I want to encourage the City of Kitchener to endorse the Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy. I believe that I am part of a wide community support for this strategy and for the setting of greater emission reduction targets as supported by climate science. I'm a mother, co-chair of the Grand River Unitarian Climate Action Group, a member of Faith Climate Justice Waterloo, and a supporter of the 50 by 30 Waterloo Region campaign. But my reason for speaking to you today is my children. I have 2 adult children who live in the region, and I worry about their future. I worry about the future of all of our children and of those who are most imperiled by the impacts of climate change. As a concerned citizen, I have spent a lot of time reviewing this strategy, and I've read through it several times. I have to say I've never been more thoroughly impressed, especially with the thoughtfulness and attention to detail in such an ambitious undertaking. The vision, the guiding principles, and the proposed changes tick all my boxes. They align with my personal values and my aspirations, and so I greatly commend the authors of this strategy for their efforts. I feel this document provides our community with hope, and we need hope, and a path to a brighter future. So I strongly encourage the city to endorse it, and here's some of the reasons why. It recognizes the interconnectedness between our well-being as citizens and the well-being of our local environment. It calls for positive actions built on foundations of inclusion, resilience, and equity. It provides leadership opportunities for individual citizens, organizations, and government. And lastly, it provides our community with an opportunity to be a leader in Ontario in addressing climate change. Now is the time to take advantage of the good work behind this document and support it. I'd also just like to point out 2 specific actions in this strategy that I believe are important for the region and should give further weight to endorsing it. One of them is an action to foster to establish reciprocal relationships between Indigenous groups, local municipalities, and climate action organizations to ensure that the work is done in equitable and respectful ways. The region has a long history of working with community organizations, and this action makes good sense for the region. It's proactive and it's inclusionary. The second action I would like to point out is the formation of a committee of equity deserving groups who will be consulted and included in programming decisions. The region has watched the emergence of groups doing anti-racism, anti-discrimination, and anti-poverty work in our region. And you know that these are important issues for citizens. This particular action lays the foundation for including marginalized people in programming decisions and will be welcome news to many of the people in our region. As a member of the community, I say we need leadership. So I'm asking the City of Kitchener to show leadership by endorsing the strategy. I'm also asking you to work with other governments to find ways of increasing the emission reduction targets so they're more in line with the imperatives of science that call for a 50% reduction in emissions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Carol, for coming forward. We appreciate your comments. I don't see anyone from, oh, I do now.
Sorry.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you, Carol, for coming in and for drawing up those 2 actions that you are highlighting. I think that's really important. And, you know, when you have a list of dozens of action items, it's nice to hone in on specific things. So thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you again, Carol. Next, we have Tanya Shima. Tanya Shima.
Hello. Yes, hello. Thank you for this opportunity to address this committee. My name is Tanya Shma, and I'm a resident of Kitchener and a professor of mathematics. I'm speaking today for myself and also on behalf of the local group Divest Waterloo. I want to thank Climate Action Waterloo Region and partners for the amazing planning and engagement work that they've done leading up to the Transform Waterloo Region Climate Action Strategy. I asked the city to endorse this strategy and in addition to adopt a target of 50 by 30 to be met by a combination of local action and advocacy for further action from higher levels of government. It's easy to forget in our day-to-day lives that we're in a climate crisis because so far it's slow moving. But all the natural systems on which we depend are under extreme stress. We're lucky in Waterloo Region to have been spared the worst effects so far, but we're at increasing direct risks from natural disasters such as floods, storms, and extreme heat, and indirect risk of economic and social decline as the global system of which we are a part suffers from 1,000 cuts, from drought, famine, war, disease, the death of pollinators, unsurvivable heat waves. We cannot prosper in a world like this. The pandemic has reminded us of 2 important lessons. First, the importance of dealing with problems early before they become much, much worse. Unfortunately, with the climate crisis, early was 30 years ago. But there's still time to turn this around if we move fast. And the second lesson is to listen to experts, to listen to the science table. Our global science table is the IPCC. And it says, we can't let global heating go beyond 1.5 degrees. And to accomplish this, we need a global reduction of about 50% below 2010 levels by 2030. There's no negotiating with physics or viruses. So the great thing is we now have the core technological tools that we need. Renewable energy is affordable, in some places cheaper than fossil fuels already. This is amazing. We now know how to build smart net zero buildings that in the long term actually save us money. You know, to those of us here approximately my age, this is so different from when we were kids or sorry, something I care about. So.
Okay, Tanya, take your time. We're here with you.
Yeah. So what is needed now is not so much these technologies. We're so lucky they've been developed in time. What is needed now most is leadership and planning and investment and training. The scale of change required is immense, but it can be done, and it can be done here with your help and leadership. So let me specifically highlight opportunities and challenges in the urban intensification that Kitchener is currently undergoing. So many of these are detailed in the Transform WR strategy and have been addressed by previous delegations. What I want to underline is that densification alone will not necessarily reduce carbon emissions. This will only happen if communities and buildings in particular are designed to make this happen. This is a crucial opportunity to build to higher standards. I know that many things are regulated by the province. Nonetheless, municipalities do have levers and can make an enormous difference. As examples, Oxford County has built net zero affordable housing, while Ottawa is planning an entire net zero neighborhood of affordable and market housing. Vancouver has decreed that all new housing from January 1st must be built with zero emissions heating and hot water systems. I hope that Kitchener will follow these examples and go further with our own innovative solutions. I ask the city to endorse the Transform Waterloo Region strategy and adopt a 50 by 30 target. Thank you for your time and your work.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thank you, and we appreciate your passion in this. Councillor Chapman, you have a question?
Yeah, Tanya, thank you so much for coming in. I just wanted to say, you know, when you talk about net zero affordable housing and trying to make sure that we do development and densification more purposefully, I'll use that word, not that you used it, but so maybe you can just elaborate a bit on that and just give us some more examples of how we could do that.
Oh,
I'm sorry if I catch you off guard.
Yeah, no, yes, I will have to say I'm not an expert at this, you know, but I think it's the number one thing for me is you say, to be purposeful and intentional and do audits, and that part of the planning process for every new building from now on should be documented evidence of the expected carbon emissions and, you know, greenhouse gas emissions and, you know, and other things. Someone has also raised the issue of the cost embodied in new products. I think that was you, actually. Yes, I mean, that's an important one as well. I'm sorry. Maybe not. No, okay, excuse me. But I think these things need to be documented and audited. And just the fact that they are being done in other places, and I've seen tables of years to payback on net zero buildings in different cities. It depends on where you live, obviously, the cost of electricity and the environment, but it's hovering around 10 years. So to me, this is an issue of finance, of not just, I don't know the financial term, but not just paying money, but investing money for a future return. You know, it's a matter of mustering that capital and confidence to invest in something that will in the long term pay off if we plan for it and audit it and keep track of it and fund it now. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And that's all the questions. Next, we have Alyssa McClurg. Alyssa McClurg, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. whenever you're ready.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go ahead.
My name is Elisa McClurg. I'm presenting on behalf of my garden group, KW Urban Harvester. And I'll be calling out slide pages as I understand the clerk has kindly made them available to counselors. Slide 2. KW Urban Harvester's vision is to transform urban spaces into anything sustainably edible, preserve the harvest, and save the seeds. Next slide. We started in the spring.
I'm not seeing the slides, or I can't see them. Can others see them?
The council members have them.
Oh.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. The clerk sent the slides out to members of council by email because the presentation was submitted too late to be reviewed and cleared ahead of the meeting.
If you can just pause for a minute, if members of committee want to pull up the presentation, if they're able to on their devices, and then Lisa, you can start then.
Does this count as part of my 5 minutes?
No, I'm pausing for a couple of minutes just so members can pull up. So
okay.
In fairness to you, that they have your presentation.
Okay. Shall I start again when they have the slides?
Yes, I'll just look to get some thumbs up from the committee members as they have it up. And these are the challenges of trying to do everything electronically and not being together. Okay. I think most have it up, and I'm sure the rest would very quickly. So you go ahead. If you'd like, you can start again. I don't mind.
Okay. I appreciate everyone's patience. I'll just repeat again that my name is Elisa McClurg, and I'm presenting on behalf of my garden group, KW Urban Harvester. Slide 2. KW Urban Harvester's vision is to transform urban spaces into anything sustainably edible, preserve the harvest, and save the seeds. Next slide. We started in the spring of 2006 as a program of LS-PIRG. Our goals are very much in line with the idea of a thriving local food system put forward by Mary Jane and many others here today. Next slide. We've been working together to promote the production of fresh, healthy food in the Kitchener-Waterloo area. Next slide. With the pandemic and with the help of our friends and collaborators, we upped our efforts. Next slide. And started a program called Grow a Row to encourage folks to grow a row or a messy patch for those in need. Next slide. Growing food like this. Next slide. We also started a yard share program that aims to help match those with extra yard space for gardening to those needing space to garden. Slide 9. That we hope to be rolling out further soon. Next slide. For this year, through these programs, we have the goal of donating 5,000 shopping bags worth of produce. Next slide. While what I am talking about may seem just like making changes around food, our dreams, like many here, are bigger than that. Our dreams are nothing short of, as our tagline states, to dissolve the pavement, reimagine the turf, and repurpose unneeded structures to grow food. Because to boost urban food production, we wish to not only reimagine how we use the grass area, but also reduce, dissolve the pavement, and even transform buildings to grow food. Greenhouse gas emissions would be drastically reduced because we would reduce food miles and increase carbon sequestration by gardening instead of having lawns and so much pavement. These changes require much less external financial input from government, etc., but rather largely rely on the support of our community. Through KW Urban Harvesters' involvement in the local food movement, we have seen firsthand people's willingness to step up and help. For these and so many other reasons, we believe that our community is capable of far more than we have thought possible. With this in mind, we at KW Urban Harvesters stand with 50 by 2030 and their request for a 50% reduction by 2030 for the reasons that all the other delegations have so eloquently expressed. Slide 12. With this in mind, we'd like to ask people to consider getting involved in KW Urban Harvester or any other gardening group for that matter. With KW Urban Harvesters initiative to boost and track our overall urban food production, we offer a practical model of how municipalities like the City of Kitchener can reduce greenhouse gas emissions while also increasing access to fresh, healthy food and the vibrancy and health of our overall community. Final slide. This is a slide showing my daughter Liliana quietly picketing in our nearby woods, only to me, reminding me with her sign that she needs me and you, and indeed all of us. I bring her in today because she and other children like her will be the ones to continue whatever work the council commits to today. For her and the other children, I ask council once again to demonstrate leadership that they have shown in the past in their commitment and make a commitment to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a few hands up. So I didn't see the order, but Councillor Chapman, if you can go first.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you for this. I really like the Grow a Row initiative. And I was just wondering what the uptake has been.
It's been exponential compared to last year. I don't really have the exact numbers. It's been a lot to coordinate and manage. I'm really excited. We've had a lot of community gardens getting involved too. These numbers will be compiling as part of our requirements for the generous grant provided by the United Way to help make this possible. So I could get back to you with numbers.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just glad to hear that it's growing. Thank you.
Literally.
Yes. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, it's such a cool program. Way to go. And thanks for sharing that with us today and for your presentation. I didn't catch on, or actually we have the slides. We have the control. So you have, I'll look at it again. You have the website there, do you?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, great. So then we can share. Do we have your permission to share some of your slides or one of your slides?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's all the questions. And thank you very much for presenting. Next, we have Bruce Taylor, and Bruce is phoning in. Bruce is with Enviro Stewards, Inc.
Hello, yes.
Oh, I thought you were phoning in. Bruce,
No.
welcome. You have 5
Sure.
minutes. To
Yeah,
make your
is there a slide deck available?
Yes, it's coming
Okay.
up.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm with an engineering company called Enviro Stewards, and today I want to just outline some practical, affordable ways to get to these objectives that people have been mentioning. I also want to outline several pitfalls that can actually derail the process. So if you could go to the third slide, please, 2 more. Next slide. So we're an engineering company in Elmira. We're about 16 people. We're the only Canadian company to get a global SDG award. We're the best for the world in every category. But next slide, please. To illustrate along this topic, so Maple Leaf Foods is the first large food company in the world to be carbon neutral. So we help them. We assessed 35 factories across Canada for them. And interestingly, they're carbon neutral and they're saving millions of dollars per year. Okay, so anybody can get to climate neutral, but is it going to cost you money or save you money is the difference. Okay, so the next slide. The other part of what we do is we do development work where we teach people how to build water purifiers using their own materials. And this gets into the Climate Justice Initiative. If you have time, we have a TED talk on it called Better Than Charity. But basically, the developed world caused climate change, and we designed the solutions to benefit only the developed world versus providing somebody safe water. So they don't, basically, if you have safe water, you don't have to boil the water, you don't have to deforest, these kinds of things. So there's a climate justice angle on this also that should be considered. Next slide. So in our own office, to give you an idea, so our office was built in the 1970s. We're a tenant. So, but we've, even with that, have reduced our energy, our GHG, by 78% per employee. And we've cut our water. We're 90% less than the building code amount of water. And so we're doing that even in a rental building. We've cut the amount of fresh air that we take from outside by 97% by that living wall you see there that takes out the carbon dioxide. It's tied into our return air intake. That's the rainwater harvesting. We haven't bought water for 5 years for that thing. It just keeps going. So next slide. So this is our own office. We're putting a new roof on it just this month. On June 24th, we're having a ribbon cutting. Just by changing from a black to white, cut the heat gain in half. Just by replacing the old installation with the new and cut it in half again. So 75% reduction just by replacing that. Next, we're going to store the first 2 inches of every rainfall on the roof. It's called a Smart Blue roof. And basically that avoids the flooding risk. So one of the biggest costs for a regional government and a municipality is for climate change for flooding. But if we stored water on the roof, then you don't have the water going down the drain and you've got the free cooling from this water evaporating from your roof. Next slide. And so what we do is we have this practical approach to get to climate zero. And so that's kind of what I want to highlight. So say like in the next slide, one of the biggest, they talked about, one more slide, please, about greenhouse gas from landfill. If food gets in the landfill, it turns into methane gas. But what you don't realize is if you prevent the food being lost in the first place, you save 90% more greenhouse gas. Because 1/3 of all the food is wasted, it would be the 3rd largest greenhouse gas emitter on the planet is wasted food. But if you just keep it from going to landfill, you still waste 1/3 of the food. So we did 50 factories across Canada. We saved $230,000 per factory of food per year. If you put a grocery bag beside the CN Tower, you get to London, Ontario before you ran out of grocery bags. And each company would save $350 for every ton of carbon they avoided. So you want to put in your ear prevention of food loss, not management of organic waste afterwards. Next slide. That's just an illustration of Campbell Soup. We did them. They were the top project in Canada that year. 1.6 million of water and energy, then 700,000 of food. That protects every job in that factory by making it more efficient. Next slide, please. So this is what I want to leave you with. So if you want to do these kinds of initiatives, you can't do it the way you've always done it. So for example, I just presented at another municipality for this initiative, and the other thing on the table was a new arena expansion. What were they putting in? Exactly the same as they've always put in. Well, if you put in what you've always put in, you're going to get what you always get. Alternatively, in London, Ontario, we did an assessment of their Kinsman Arena. We found they can heat the entire arena with what they're paying to get rid of now from the ice pad. However, it requires additional engineering up front. And so what happens is city councils are designed to minimize the initial cost, right? So you're going to squeeze the engineering and we're going to squeeze the capital, but you're going to pay for it for the next 30 years. So it's actually much cheaper to invest in a different approach at the beginning. But when you put out a design build, there's no incentive for that person to minimize your operating cost and your greenhouse gas. So what I encourage is kind of these holistic assessments at the front end. What should we do before we do it? And how should we do it? And if you do that, then you're going to minimize. Our average payback on everything we've ever done is 1 year, if you add it all together. 100% return on your money every year. But you have to take the foresight to actually figure out what you should do in the first place. So I'm open to any questions if you like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I have Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you, Mr. Taylor, for coming in today. And I'm very familiar with your company, Enviro Stewards, doing really, really good work. So it's really, I had asked a previous presenter about the green economy as an economic driver. And I love what you're saying here about saving on the front end. And we don't always measure those numbers. We measure how much money we pay out. We don't always measure how much money that we're saving. So I love that perspective. So my question to you is, how do we, when we're dealing with people that, with the general public and taxpayers that are looking at, how much is this going to cost? How can you help us educate people about taking a look at the front end?
Yeah. Trimec is a company. They were moving from Kitchener to Elmira, and they were pouring their foundation. And we said, can we look at your blueprints? They showed us their blueprints. We cut the natural gas in half from what they were going to use if they finished the building, right? And yes, it makes sense. You can build this building, and it would make sense to take this thing and throw it away right away. You'd have a 2.5 year payback. But if you just don't buy that in the first place, then it's only a 3-month extra. You know what I mean? And so what we do is we advocate for that at the front end. And so say like the region used to hire us to do holistic reviews. So we did the new bus terminal that they're doing and an ambulance station where we just, what else could be done? And so it's interesting because I'm an engineer, but engineers tend to be very conservative, right? And so we said, well, you know what, if you change these 3 things, you would actually be LEED gold instead of LEED silver for exactly the same cost. And the actual answer was, oh, but the spec says we only have to be LEED silver, is what they literally said, right? And so you need somebody to advocate for change. And but that takes an investment. And so what I'd encourage is just at the front end, it doesn't even have to be a lot, but just an integrated assessment. So the other thing is we look at everything at the same time: water, energy, products, toxic. Sometimes you save energy by reducing the amount of toxic material that's being used because you don't have to ventilate anymore if you're not using this toxic material, because it's all tied together. But it takes somebody from outside to take a look and say, what should we do, is kind of what I'm advocating. But the payback is there for the person paying for the utilities, which is the city, right?
Yeah, and thank you. That's a great answer. And just to build on that with a further question then. So as a municipality then, when we're looking at contracts, and typically you're always looking at, who's the cheapest one coming in. But how do we take a look at those contracts in a way that doesn't just look at what is the cheapest thing today, but what is the 5 year, piece around, going with that particular contract, because that's what I think that we really need to get at. What I think you're talking about here, but convincing the public of that piece is also, that's also where the challenge comes.
Yeah, so Enviro Stewards used to run the water conservation program for Toronto and York, Peel, and we also helped the ones in Guelph and Waterloo. And so we were averaging 36% of the water per factory under their water conservation. But when they rewrote the RFP, they said, okay, no, it's 100% low bid. No experience, no reference, no approach. Who will put the lowest number on a piece of paper? So obviously there's no way to win that unless we provide zero value, because you can literally save 0% of the water and win the bid. So what you actually have to do is take more, what do we actually want to buy? Do you actually want to buy a program that does nothing, right? And so if we don't need any edge, we just need you to buy what you actually should buy. Like if you want to get 50% by 2030 in the most economical way, we can win that. But if you just want to buy what you've always bought, we can't win that.
Well, you've helped me with some really good questions to ask in the future. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Thank you, Bruce. Next up is Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Singh. And Thank you, Bruce, for coming in and your presentation. It's rather intriguing and impressive. And you know, as a municipality, I know firsthand, having been here for quite some time, this council has never been afraid to invest in paying up higher upfront dollars to save dollars later on. And a good example is our LED lighting. So, I mean, we are very open to that, and I think you bring out some other ideas that maybe we've never thought about. So I'd love for myself to sit down with you one day and maybe talk to you with some strategies and everything else, and what we can do further. And again, I'm glad you recognize that there is some challenges, and because again, we do have some services that are counterproductive that actually help our community. So for yourself to help us, you know, navigate through that, I would, or to have some suggestions, I would love to hear it.
Yeah, no, thank you through the chair. I'd love to sit down anytime with anybody. And one of your earlier comments was you have the challenge that you also run utilities, but that's also a opportunity.
I agree.
Can we finance this stuff and we keep, you know, 80% of the savings till it's paid off, and the homeowner gets an immediate break on their bill, right? Okay. Which you can't do if it's, you know, Enbridge or, you know, something bigger. So it gives you opportunities in addition to the challenge you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Councilor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce, for coming in. So I often ask developers when, you know, that have a build in my ward, if they're willing to consider LEED certified components, not even a whole thing. And I get a blanket no over and over again. So have you noticed the same thing? And if so, how do you, like, how can we work with this? How can we change the mindset of, you know, I think the city as a corporation is open to looking at these things, but how do we go beyond just this corporation and bringing the other corporations and developing community?
Sure. Yeah. I would say LEED is a tool. So you don't need to be LEED certified. So we're not actually LEED certified ourselves, but we've incorporated tons of LEED things in our design. I think, but it is helpful as a benchmark that you're putting out there. And even we did Southbrook Winery, if you've been down on wine tastings, they're LEED Gold certified. And we cut the energy in by 40% on top of them being LEED.
Wow.
Even after their LEED, we cut their electricity 40% and their gas 40%. So even LEED doesn't touch the process at all. So you need to go beyond that even. And so if we can deal with an owner, so we dealt directly with the owner, he's saving 40%. He canceled 1/3 of his solar panels because he didn't need them anymore, because we cut the energy 40%, which saved half an acre of vineyard from getting covered with solar panels. So again, everybody thinks of solar panels as soon as you think of green. No, it's even greener to not use the energy in the first place, right? And so start with prevention, and then renewables is the last mile, right? And so you really have to figure out who's going to pay for it later on. Like if you're on the bill for the utilities and the developer isn't, then you're going to get stuck with the bill for the next 30 years. So you have to structure the whole thing so that, you know, if you want to do design build, you need to pay for the utilities, or you need to meet our 50% requirement of reduction. So it's the outcome of a system, either intended or unintended, but if you want a different outcome, you have to change the system.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for your question.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I don't see any more questions from the committee. We appreciate you coming forward and for the time.
Yeah, thank you. And if anybody has questions, feel free to forward them. Thank you.
Thank you. As pointed in my chair's note, those are all the delegations. I'll allow the committee to key back in for at the beginning for Mary and Tova. Mayor Ravenovic, you go ahead first.
Thank you very much, Chair Singh. And let me begin by thanking all of the delegations who have come forward today to provide their input, starting with both Mary Jane and Tova, who kicked things off with their usual passion, enthusiasm, and love for all of this work. All of the other delegations today, as well as all those people who took time to send comments via social media, the many emails I received, and so on. Each and every one of those are extremely important to me, and I believe to other members of council as well. I just want to, so I do have a question for the two of you, and then if I may, considering the time, maybe make my comments right away as well. But, you know, as we look forward to achieving 80-50 or 50-30, you know, based on the amendment, what do you think from your perspectives, what are going to be the biggest challenges and roadblocks for us as a community to achieve that?
Thanks for the question, Mary Jane. Do you mind if I start? Okay. You know, one of the other delegations talked about we have the technical capacity to do this. We absolutely know how to get here. What we need is the will and the cultural identity of we are a sustainable community, and this is important. And we're willing to step up and do what it's going to take. And the understanding that this isn't just about the environment, that this justice lens, which so many people have really internalized, and it really is a central part of this plan. It really is about an equitable, prosperous, resilient community for everybody. And so being able to say, yes, we are willing to make those investments. Yes, we are willing to identify this way. Yes, we are willing to push forward towards a better future, and keeping that central to absolutely every decision we all make, not just councils.
Now I'm going to go with your answer, Tova.
That sounds great. And you know, when we talk about letters, I mean, here's a letter, just very briefly, from some 10-year-old students at Setaby Public School, and they collected 41 signatures on a petition to plant more trees in Kitchener, and asking that they be native to our region, because planting trees is very important for global warming. We'd like Kitchener to be as nice as possible, and planting these trees will help prevent global climate change. So, and that for me really is the power of the message. You know, even if you look at the delegations we heard from today, they come from a wide range of age groups, and then you add this group here, it just adds to it. And I think that's very much, maybe the second question that I have for you is, you know, I think we've seen in the last while the role that young people are playing in terms of advancing this cause and advancing this agenda, much like they did when Kitchener founded the Blue Box program many decades ago. And as we know, it just recently received, you know, it's gone to its next permutation with the changes provincially. How important do you think that will continue to be in the work that we do? And how much effort do you think we should actually continue to focus on that young generation to keep sort of pushing the bar forward?
Well, I'm going to say really important, because I think I really like a change that I am observing, which is going from our generation saying the younger generation is going to figure this out for us, to the younger generation saying, you guys better figure this out and get going right now. And I think that momentum and that push that you're talking about, Mayor Verbanovic, is really an important motivator for all of us. I think they're putting us on the hot seat, and rightly so.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I will hold off on my comments because I'm recognizing I'm close to my 5 minutes. So I will wait to make my comments, but those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Patterson and Ms. Davidson? Councillor Chapman, Johnston.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions. You talked about complete communities. And my question is, as you watch the way the city is developing, do you think we're doing it right? Are we creating those complete communities?
Do you mind if I take I'm the one who said complete community, so I'll take a first stab at it, MJ. I think we have made a lot of strides in the understanding of what a complete community is. And I think, your staff should be lauded for the work that they're doing to build this within how Kitchener is developing. And if you look at sort of old neighborhoods, oftentimes there are the local corner store, there's the place to go for coffee, and the new developments are starting to move in that direction. And, it's the new developments that a lot of people talk about. It's also allowing for changes within existing communities as well. So I think the team at Kitchener really is focused on this and understands the need for it. And, back to the question about embodied carbon, there's a piece there too. Can we be making sure that we are leveraging what we already have to the very maximum we can by reconsidering the use of different spaces? So I think we're getting there, definitely. But the progress is not the enemy of perfection, and never do I think there is perfection. We can always strive for more. Mary Jane, do you have anything I missed?
Well, I want to say how proud I have been as a Kitchener resident to see all the bicycle trails come online and the plans for the complete communities. And that I think we are still learning more, as you were saying, Tova. I saw a neat presentation by Julian Agaman as part of the work that Climate Action did on equity and how our policies may have an effect we don't understand. And he gave complete streets as an example of how we may be making some streets better by pushing traffic onto other streets that make some neighborhoods worse. So it was a really good reminder that we don't know everything yet. And I think it will be really eye-opening for us to bring that equity piece into all the decisions that we make from here going forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. My second question has to do with new sources of energy. And I asked this to, what was his name? The previous speaker, and to Bruce Taylor. And, as I said, there seems to be resistance within certain communities to take those leaps. So what would you suggest as far as a strategy to advance the need for this and get people on side?
Well, I'll take a crack. I really find Bruce's presentation compelling because he shows how we need to take the lifetime of anything into account. So drawing that into all our thinking, I think, is important, and also the embodied energy. And one of the capacity building workshops we put on for our municipalities was about embodied energy in new buildings and renovations. And I think, and that remains as a resource for us. So I think continuing to put forward these ideas that might be new to some and give really compelling examples about the savings that resulted, as Bruce does, can be effective. And Tova, you might have something to add there.
Yeah, I think Kitchener, it's been noted a couple times that Kitchener's in a unique position because of the ownership of Kitchener Utilities. I think it's actually an incredible opportunity for exploration and innovation. There's renewable natural gas generation using waste and actually leveraging the power of methane. There's hydrogen, a Canadian hydrogen strategy, and could we leverage Kitchener as a leader in hydrogen, which can be a major player, and how do we strengthen our economy as well? Because the economy, if you're looking at manufacturing, requires high heat, and hydrogen can accommodate that. Heavy freight transportation is the future of that. For zero emission vehicles is going to be hydrogen. Can we become the leader in that? I think you're absolutely right, Councillor Chapman, that we've got this opportunity. And so alternative energy, everyone thinks, solar and all those things, and absolutely yes. And there's so much more we can do. And Kitchener actually, because of that ownership of Kitchener Utilities and the proposal from staff to add a staff person, wouldn't just be, oh, how do we make it survive and not let it hurt us? No, it's how do we take that and actually vault Kitchener way ahead and have us be the leader to show the world how to do this better.
I love your encouragement and positive attitude. My last question has to do with So, you know, we have a list of things that we can do to reduce our greenhouse gases. If you were to pick the top three and say, you know, and maybe it's not a fair question, but where do we begin? And because it's such a, you know, there's so much that can be done and so much that we can work with. But if we were to narrow it down to the top three, can you give us some suggestions on where to begin?
Do you want me to start?
Your
Sure,
turn
it's
to
my
go
turn.
first. Yeah.
Okay. So I already mentioned this one. The number one thing would be culture. That would be the number one. How do we see ourselves? How do we identify? Are we willing to invest? Let's push. Let's see how far we can go. And Kitchener has a proud history of like, let's push the envelope and do more than we think people think we can. Strive for better. The second would be definitely in transportation. 49% local carbon footprint, 49% comes from transportation. So we really need to be tackling the transportation infrastructure and enabling changes and different choices there. The last for me would probably work around agriculture and the impacts of agriculture. Locally, it's not such a big percentage. Globally, it's a much, much larger percentage. And Councillor Ioannidis, you mentioned this in some of your comments about, you know, people have the power to make change in their own lives in that way. Those would be my three. I'd be interested to hear what Mary Jane's are.
I'm just going to add one. I think wherever we can change a system, it really makes a big difference. So something that is within the power of the municipality regarding building of new buildings, renovation of existing buildings, that changes the way it all goes forward makes a big difference, I think. Having green building standards, for example, could really make a difference.
Great. Thank you for your time and your expertise. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you, Tova and Mary Jane, for being here. A really, really great presentation. And Tova, something that you keep coming back to, and I totally agree with you, is the culture shift piece. And I would say that certainly my feeling, anyhow, is that Kitchener Council does have that culture shift piece, where we need help and expertise, though, is not with convincing the kids. They are there. We have so much to learn from them, as you were saying, and as Mary Berry was alluding to as well, from the things that we hear from kids. But it's again, it's from the taxpayers whenever we talk about, you know, putting in these kinds of really aggressive plans to do this. And I've been getting at this question all day, that it's really like doing things in the green space truly is an economic driver. And so if you want to comment a little bit about that, that's really helpful to us when we go back out and speak with our residents.
Shall I start, Tova?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Well, you're absolutely right about the green driver that this is, and I can give a couple of examples. First, when we look back and estimate the amount of money spent by people who have renovated their homes following the recommendations that REAP has given, it's $54 million of spending in our community, hiring local contractors, local labor and materials to do that work. So that's really a significant number, and really nice to see that here. Secondly, one of the presenters, I think it was Scott, showed a slide that's one of my favorite slides about the economic opportunity in energy efficiency. It's from the Community Energy Investment Strategy, and it shows that of the $2 billion that Waterloo Region spends on energy of all forms every year, only 13% of that stays in our community. And we can totally turn that around by energy efficiency, by the way we drive. All sorts of the things that we do are going to keep more of those dollars in our community going forward.
If I can add to that, most of you have heard me talk about the business case for sustainability for individual businesses. The poster child story is Veriform. They're out of Cambridge. They have doubled the size of their business, did 100 projects, and they don't have a solar panel. To what Bruce was saying, everyone thinks it means put solar panels on. They don't have a single solar panel. They've doubled the size of their business, not laid off a single person, saved $1 million. They're carbon neutral. They're a steel fabricator who's carbon neutral. This is what we're talking about when we say a prosperous, equitable, resilient community that we're building. The other thing is clean tech alone is a $3 trillion industry worldwide, and Canada's losing market share in it. But Waterloo Region is well positioned with our tech background, and Sustainable Waterloo Region right now is actually working with Waterloo EDC and with the Waterloo Region Community Energy and the region on a clean tech sector, or a clean economy sector map, because we've already got good positioning here to drive the economy using this. And that is really the vision that we're coming forward with here.
That's great. Thank you so much. Chair Singh, I have a question as well for Mr. St. Louis. I don't know if we're going to move on from there and do questions with him as well, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we are going to jump to questions of staff. I have a question of Ms. Patterson, Ms. Davidson, myself,
Okay,
and then Councillor Bogdanovic has his hands up again. I'm not sure if he has questions for them or.
No, this is for comments.
For staff? Or comments, okay. So there'll be questions of staff first, Mayor Bogdanovic, and then of course for comments. So just taking an opportunity, taking the time to listen to all the presenters, and I think without question, the running theme is that we can absolutely do more, and I agree with that sentiment. I'm going to push back a little bit though, in the sense that I think us as a community as a whole, we already have set ourselves to, I think, easily meet the targets that are being outlined. We don't do enough of identifying some, key investments that we have already made or continue to make. Although I agree that language that's being presented through this motion or through the amendment continues to keep the focus on and the pressure on us trying to get to the end goal. Just going back, and this is where my question will come, when we reflect on investments made through converting our street lights, citywide, that's a significant saving to the corporation as well as a carbon reduction. When we talk about our investments made in the last number of years to change over our fleet, the type of fuel that our fleet uses, that's a reduction. When we're talking about dedicated bike lanes, allowing for more individuals to not be vehicle reliant and giving alternative modes of transportation, that's a reduction to our carbon footprint. When we, as a community at large, regionally have invested over $1 billion towards LRT, and we have had phenomenal development progressing along that corridor. A vast number of those new residents along the corridor that may not require a vehicle because they can easily take the LRT back and forth, and they don't have to be reliant on a vehicle. That's a reduction to our overall green gas footprint. Both of you, from your organizational perspective, do we have the necessary data to see exactly what those impacts have resulted? Again, I agree that the language has to continue on putting the pressure, and that's why I strongly support what we're talking about today. But is it also fair to say that we are on a well road ahead? Obviously the challenge with environmental change and globally is a daunting task, but what we can do locally is lead by example. And I just want an affirmation: are we leading by example already to begin with? So the questions are we already leading by example? Very well. And the other question is, from your organizational perspective, do we have the data of some of the resulting changes and the positive gains we've gotten already from the steps that have been taken from the City of Kitchener corporate, not just even policy, but the investments we've made from a corporate perspective. And the And I'll add on to that for REAP additionally, with all the conversions that have been done, renovations, are we taking into account what those reductions have been or will continue to be? Go ahead.
Mary Jane, you want me to start? Okay, let me start with data. It's going to be an interesting year for data because, of course, we do the inventory for climate action, our whole community carbon footprint inventory every 5 years. So we did 2010, 2015, so that means 2020 is the next year. So it's going to be a very interesting year for data. So to your question, Councillor Singh, I think we do, between our two organizations, carry a lot of data. And I know I'm back to this council or a committee meeting on the 28th to actually present what's happened with Sustainable Waterloo Region, but I can give you a little teaser that the commitment to greenhouse gas reductions in the corporate network that we work with has gone from 65,000 to 81,000 tons in a year. So is there leadership? Yes. And it's not, it's in all kinds of places, and there is data that's associated with it. We will be bringing that data back to the council for the community as a whole when we're done that, and we are looking at ways to make it representative, knowing that 2020 is going to be a unique year as it has been everywhere. In terms of the investments, yes, I think there's a lot of leadership that's been shown and a lot of steps that are being taken forward. And, there's a lot of advocacy work to be able to allow the municipality to be even more of a leader, which I know there is appetite to do. One of the challenges is there are areas that, the municipality might not have control over, but they want to be able to take strides. Mary Jane talking about retrofits, for example, renovations of buildings, that sort of thing. So I hope that answers the question. Mary Jane, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I can speak to the home energy retrofits that have taken place to date, and we logged them ourselves. We have all the data files from all the evaluations that have been done and the retrofits. And I think that's one area where our data keeping is pretty good, because we go right to the electric and natural gas utilities and ask for their documents about the difference in consumption over time. So that feels like a good representation of what's being captured, of what's happened there. And I think that the City of Kitchener has been a leader, and especially on the corporate side. And now we're drawing in the community here. And if I can use existing homes as an example, we're asking, how can the municipality support homeowners in going farther in making their homes more energy efficient? And Kitchener has been a leader in the past, because when we had the Local Environmental Action Fund, REAP applied, and the city set aside $440,000 to homeowners at a time when the federal government had canceled their incentives. So we've really seen leadership from the city in the past on going farther than most municipalities have to date in considering people's homes as something the municipality wants to support them in taking action on. And right now we're preparing with city staff and other municipal staff for offering loans to homeowners that they can pay back on their property tax bill. And that is another example of something the municipality can do to go farther now than it's been possible to do before.
Okay, well, that really helps, because it really does, I think, in the conversation, help us celebrate what we have been doing, and not necessarily just, focus on raising the goalpost, as important as it is, but also celebrate what we have done and what that's going to contribute to achieve that end goal. And the fact that you identified those, I appreciate that. The last question or point, again, much of the greenhouse gas reduction is going to be impacted by personal use. As we see residents convert to electrical vehicle, or even change, are we getting some of that data from the province so that we can see exactly, regionally or locally, how many of our residents are transitioning from a gas vehicle to a electric vehicle?
You want me to try that, Mary Jane? I feel like I could just pop up my Sustainable Waterloo Region presentation and share with you. We've got, we do get that data on electric vehicle numbers in the region, and off the top of my head, we're over 2,700 registered in the region as a whole. Just as a point of reference, our goal as a community in the original climate action plan, which was the 6% reduction by 2020, the goal was to have 1,000 registered by 2020, and we're more than 2,700 already. It slowed down a little, definitely, with the repealing of the provincial incentives. But what I'm hearing is that the cost differential between combustion engine and electric vehicles will be very small, if any, within the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, Tova, you had said it really does base on personal use or change, how we change our pattern. And I'll definitely be taking advantage of the federal incentive to do a energy audit and see, how it can improve my home. And I think as a council, as we ask others to invest or change how they're, they're doing, operating as a business or developing or whatever the case may be, is how we, we show leadership ourselves individually and showcase that. So thank you. I'll open up the committee to questions of staff. The item has been moved by Mayor Vavenovic, and then after questions of staff, we'll lead to comments. So any questions of staff? Councillor Johnston?
Yes, thank you, Chair Singh. My question is for Mr. St. Louis, and my question was actually around what he was talking about around the use of hydrogen and doing work into looking into using that. I was quite excited to hear that. I know that there's a lot of local companies as well as the universities that are doing research into the use of hydrogen. And I'm wondering if maybe he can comment a little bit more on what they're working on there. And are you partnering and working with local companies and our post-secondary schools?
Through the chair, in terms of hydrogen, we're becoming up to speed as new technology is being developed. It's increased immensely just in the last year with hydrogen technology. With staff, we've been learning and attending webinars, and we've actually met with a European vendor who was interested and wanted to know what we could do. And I know Tova was involved in some of the conversations as well about what we can do within our region with hydrogen production and blue hydrogen or green hydrogen production and those things. We have not looked at anything in terms of with local schools yet, however, so.
Yeah, well, I think it makes sense since there is a lot of research that's going on right here, and maybe that is one of those things that, as Tova had talked about, that, and you might have a comment too, Tova, I don't know, but that maybe those are some really cutting edge things that we can be looking at from our utility, and it would be exciting for us to do that. Maybe it's not just this. It could certainly be other things as well. But I think that the opportunity is there. We're so blessed in this community to have great environmental community leaders, as well as to have our post-secondary schools right here that are doing great research as well. So happy to hear that.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. Just one question for either Ms. McGoldrick, Mr. St. Louis as well. I noted in the report, especially with respect to the amendment that's before us, the report doesn't, obviously we don't have the information yet, but quite literally under financial implications, it says, with respect to the gas utility, I'm quoting here, to enable implementation, these actions will require funding support. The magnitude of costs are not known at this time, as a low carbon sustainable business strategy must be developed first. Now, as somebody that very desperately wants to approve this with the amendment as well, I need to ask the question of, especially with respect to our gas utility, number one, do we know if the technology exists yet, or are we improving this? Are we making assumptions that the technology will exist by the time these target dates come?
So through the chair, maybe I'll start with that because we were excited to see the Ontario Energy Association release a report last week on June 9th related to net zero 2050 and the role of the natural gas industry in achieving that, and largely through it taking advantage of these fantastic technologies. So I can't remember if it was Mary Jane or Tova who mentioned renewable natural gas. That can actually be a carbon negative solution. So we see great opportunity there. The hydrogen solution, which we know on a pilot scale, the city of Markham has a pilot project in partnership with Enbridge. So we see great potential. The technology is evolving, and in terms of being able to scale up, I think we want to look at pilot application and then look to scale up as the technologies evolve. But certainly the information that we saw in the report released last week validated staff's thoughts that there is tremendous opportunity for Kitchener Utilities in this space, and we're excited to be a part of the solution.
Okay, thank you. I'll have comments as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thank you. Some of our targets in this very ambitious plan and even more ambitious amendment are great. And I just want to understand from staff, are we equipped to manage these, or will we be needing to up our staff complement to be able to manage all of these recommended changes? I mean, it seems like we are going to be approving this today, and then I want us to make it doable.
Through the chair, so maybe I'll start with that. So we have requested the 1 FTE in Kitchener Utilities to support this plan, but a lot of the community plan is distributed across divisions within the City of Kitchener. So planning, transportation, fleet all have a role to play. And so really the Corporate Sustainability Office is meant to coordinate and support those divisions as we roll out. But there is the implementation component that we will be diving deeper into, and then coming back and if there are any future recommendations around additional resourcing, we would identify those through future budget processes. So
yes, the different departments that you mentioned are all within your purview, right? And I'm just wondering, what about the other departments in our city? To what degree will this plan need to impact all the different aspects of our municipality, the corporation?
Through the chair, so they're not all in my area. Some are within Denise's, but I do know we've consulted with staff across the organization to identify sort of where we're already making progress and where we need to take further action. And so those details were outlined in Appendix B and C in the report. And so, one of the first steps for the new Corporate Sustainability Officer is to really build out that implementation plan and accountability structure around moving this forward.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I fully expect that we will need to build up that office as it goes, in future years, if not next year, then sooner than later. And I just want us to name that if that's the case. Do you anticipate that, or you're going to wait and see what the new sustainability officer says?
Through the chair, so we've identified the resource needs for now, and as we build out that implementation plan, we would report back to council to make sure that we're right sizing the team to support this ambitious work.
Okay, great. And are we working towards a sustainable strategic plan for the next go around, so that we do have a way of injecting these goals in all aspects of the corporate strategic plan?
Through the chair, so I don't know if this is an answer for Mr. Chapman versus myself, but maybe I'll start. I do know that our CEO's office is looking at the next iteration of the Kitchener strategic plan and how to plan that out, and we're looking at tying in United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into that planning work. And so, I personally very much see the next focus of our strategic plan being focused on sustainability.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. That appears all the questions of, okay, sorry. I saw some hands going up and out. All the questions of staff. Is Councillor Chapman, are you still proceeding with your amendment? Your mic.
Yes, I forwarded it to the clerk, I think yesterday. I wonder if you could pull it up.
Yes, that's why I thought it would be helpful to have that up.
I mean, if I can share my screen, I can bring it up, but oh, here it comes.
No, I think they're doing it already. Excellent. So that now that we know what the amendment, again, the report we have before us and the recommendation has been moved by Mayor Vivenovic, and this is the amendment to the motion that you're bringing forward. I did have a question specific to the amendment for staff. And although the amendment does focus on language around advocacy and asking the province and the federal government for us to be able to take bold action, but to achieve deeper reduction targets, and I think it would be through their assistance. Again, it doesn't outright stipulate that's incumbent on funding made available from the province and the federal government. And if that funding doesn't come through, my question to staff would be that, is this amendment, is it achievable based on our current resources? Or is it, and the other part of my question is, does the amendment, the way it's written, do staff see this as a commitment to achieving that target of 50 by 2030? I just want to ensure that we're clear with what we are approving on. Because what I've noticed is go ahead, Justin.
Through the chair, so we've seen federal funding aligning with sustainability goals and objectives, and working towards that sort of net zero target. And so we've already seen that signal from the province or from the federal government. I think that there will be a push from the province as well, but this isn't just about the funding, it's also what those other levels of government can do. So we have no control over the energy supply in the province, and so that is a provincial decision. And so it's really important for the advocacy to focus on the province. I know this council has previously passed a motion to look at transitioning away from natural gas towards acquiring hydro from Quebec, which is exactly what needs to happen to make sure that we have clean energy coming into our community. And so similarly, the National Building Code could be updated to net zero, and that provides direction for the private sector developments to implement things. And so I think it's the layering of the funding as well as progressive policy changes from those other levels of government that will get us to that level.
And my other question was, does this amendment tie this council as a commitment to the 50 by 2030? Or is this, again, as I was saying, is this reliant on some of those other changes as you already referenced?
Through the chair, so my read of this motion is that it layers on the 30% commitment the council is making at the local level, and then looking to advocate to the province to take it over to that 50% level. So my understanding is that it's not directly driving us to make a 50% change at the local level, but it's layering on all of these levels of government to achieve that target.
Okay, thank you, and that helps. And of course, that establishes the actual expectation from the public too, as we're supporting the overall recommendation and the amendment along with it. So Mayor Vivenovic, you have moved the motion. Do you want to speak to it last?
No, I'll speak.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Okay, go ahead then.
And so I'm in full support of both the recommendation and the amendment that's before us. As has been noted both by Mary Jane and Tova, this has been a long time work in progress by many folks, from our community partners to the 8 municipalities, including the region and our staff representatives. But as we heard in the presentation, in fact, there were over 1,600 people that were involved in various parts of this. And I think that speaks volumes about how this really is, not the City of Kitchener's strategy or the Township of Woolwich's or the region of Waterloo's. This truly is a community strategy, and I think speaks to the barn raising spirit that we take to everything that we do in Waterloo region, whether we're talking about tech and innovation or whether we're talking about climate change and how we're going to achieve our country's commitments and better, and really make a profound difference for our country and the planet. I do want to thank again all of the speakers that came tonight. It was great to see Mike Morris here, in the sense that he was part of the original report that came forward. But others like Kai and Scott and others who have been so actively involved over for many years, but including things like the climate emergency and now the 50 by 30 initiative that has been brought forward. The recommendations that are before us are identical to the ones that have gone to the other cities, except for the portion as it relates to Kitchener Utilities, because of course, as has been pointed out, we're unique in that front. It's really only us in Kingston that are in that position in Ontario in terms of owning a gas utility, and we have work to do on that front. But there will be a significant amount of government advocacy that needs to occur to get the provincial and federal governments on board, even though we know that there's certainly been some strong signaling from the federal government in this direction, and I think it's something that we can build on going forward. I was particularly encouraged by the comments today around how all of this links into economic impact in the green economy as well, because it is something that, as Tova and others have said, literally is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity that will have a profound impact on our country if we actually do it right, and can have a profound impact on what we're doing in our region as we continue to strive, and in our own community as we continue to strive to grow that green economy for the future. So I am hopeful that we will unanimously pass this, as all the other councils have. The amendment that's before us is exactly the same as is going to the other councils. It was led by Councillor Henry in Waterloo, as they were the first council to have dealt with this issue in terms of the amendment. And so thank you to Councillor Chapman for bringing that forward from the work that happened in Waterloo with respect to this amendment. So with that, those would be my comments, Mr. Chair, and I ask for a recorded vote, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor Benedict. Next up is Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Singh, and thank you to all the delegates and all of our community partner and organizations who have worked so hard, and our staff to work so hard on bringing forth this strategy. In my mind, Kitchener has always focused on the environment and will always continue to focus on the environment. This is not new to our community. From declaring a climate change emergency, to LED lights, to solar roof, and to focusing on our tree canopy. We will continue to be leaders in this area, and I look forward to, as a member of this council, to see all our fruits of labor with regards to that. Innovation and new technology is key for our city to being able to achieve these greenhouse gas reductions, and further government pressure as well. As Tova and Bruce from Enviro Stewards have stated, a mindset change and for the broader community, such as the way we farm and the way we eat, will obviously help us achieve all of these goals. I know there's still lots of work and lots of things to do. The pandemic has also helped the broader community, I think, to understand that we need to change our mindset, and helping the broader community with incentives will be vital for this program as well to make it more beneficial. And finally, I'm extremely excited at the opportunity that the city of Kitchener has with the potential with our utilities. And after hearing conversations with staff and hearing from others and including all the delegations here, I think the future is bright, and I think we will be able to achieve these goals even though they are lofty.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Davey, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just tail right on from Councillor Ioannidis's comments. And even as early as the budget we had pre-COVID in 2020, that was really a landmark budget in my eyes, because we as a council came up with an extra $1 million and spent almost $2 million really towards environmental initiatives within our corporation. And that included things like, increasing the sustainability of our fleet. And if where we couldn't replace electric vehicles, making sure that we had devices that prevented them from idling. It included things like making the city buildings more energy efficient. I think we've really led, and I'm proud of what we've done. And because $2 million is not a small amount of money for a lower tier municipality, it is significant. And this is really another step in the direction that we see that we're all personally passionate about, and it really is mandated by the people that we represent. I'm going to support this today as well as the amendment, but I have to be 100% clear that I see myself as a realist, and especially the amendment. I'm worried it's verging on much more on the aspirational side than the attainable side. But one of the delegates, Scott Borton, actually invited us to choose our own motivation. Choose your own motivation for supporting this. And my motivation is that, I have faith in our local community to come up with the challenges to hopefully, especially with the gas utility, hopefully be able to achieve these incredibly lofty targets. But I would encourage all of us along the way that, if and when we do stumble, let's be sure that we acknowledge, the progress that we've made, and not dwell on what we haven't been able to do. So again, I'm very, very happy to support this. Thank you very, very much to those that put together the report, Ms. Davis and Ms. Patterson, for appearing for us today. And this is another step in the progressive way that Kitchener and Ontario and Canada should be going.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I don't know if I should go last, just because it is my amendment, and then I'll speak to it after Councillor Davey or Schneider and Gazzola.
That's really your preference.
Yeah.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Singh. It's been an amazing meeting, hearing from all the delegations, and the passion and the importance of this. It's great to be a part of this. And, I see this as a continuation of what we've already begun. It may sound like to somebody who's just watching this meeting today that Kitchener is just beginning down this path, but no, we've been at this for a long time. If you go to kitchener.ca and search sustainability, you'll see our sustainability report from 2019, Kitchener Changing for Good. You see all the good things in there. It's in our business plan. We've got a corporate climate action plan, a community climate action plan, community energy investment. So we are well on the path, but doing better is always something we strive to do, and being a leader in something as important as the environment is important to us as a council and our citizens in our region as well. So as Councillor Ioannidis said, let's look back and look at the steps we've already begun. As Councillor Davey said, acknowledge the progress we've made, and let's do the best we can at this. It is lofty, but if you don't aim high, you'll never hit high. And we do understand. And when we see the amendment, it recognizes that we're going to do all we can do, but much of this also relies on other levels of government. So happy to support this and the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, well, just about everything's been said, so I'm not sure what I can add to it. I do want to emphasize that I would like to see more data. I'd like to see, and I hope to see this in the next couple of weeks, I just want to see where we've come in the since we've last had a a review of this as to how we're doing. I know we're making some really big plans going down the road, and I think that's good, but it would be nice to see just exactly what we've accomplished, what we've really accomplished already. So I'm hopeful, and there have been a number of people that have asked for documentation and data. So I'm hopeful that that'll be forthcoming. Now, this is quite a lofty item. It's it's so easy to endorse and support a resolution like this. Now, how do we measure if we accomplish it? It's easy to say yes, but we need data as we go along to see if we're accomplishing all the great things that we're looking forward to. And I'm totally supportive of it. But there's so much is just in words and words and superlatives are so easy. I really do want to see actions and not generalized actions. I really what exactly are we going to do? I'd like to see some things. Now I've been pushing to all my friends that I see. I've called for it in 2030 that there'll be the majority of vehicles will be electric, if not all of them, and that in itself is going to do a great deal to look after 49% of our problems, and that's something that we're going to have to rely on senior levels of government, and we're going to have to push them even to the point that maybe we, even as a municipality, whatever we can do to assist that. Maybe going forward, we're going to have to say that new homes that are built are going to need to have the electrical outlets built right in that people can use that for their electric cars. That's just 8 or 9 years down the road. We need to be prepared for it. I know down the road there are a lot of economic benefits. In the fullness of time, the economic benefits will outweigh the cost, let alone the environmental benefits. But in the short run, there's going to have to be a lot of money expended, and people have to be prepared to spend up front to get to where we want to be in the end. So I'm confident that I can support. I can support the. It was sort of confusing at first. I know it was 20 by 30, 30 by 40. Or finally, I understand now it's 50 by 30. I hope all our public understands it because I was confused, but then I'm slow. But hopefully, it is something that I'm sure we can accomplish it. There's no question that we can accomplish it, but we have to make changes, and not just in words. We have to do actual things. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gazzola. You said a lot of good points were already made, and it may not be easy for you to say anything more, but you definitely added additional good points. So thank you. Councilor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. I do want to just add that I've having been involved at the city first as a volunteer and then as a councillor, I've been able to witness that Kitchener residents have been prioritizing looking at sustainability for a very long time, and it is such a wonderful thing that we have this Transform Waterloo Region plan before us, that we can galvanize in our whole community the energy and the efforts and the investments that will be needed to make this a reality. And just to bring us back to some of the comments that some of our delegates made, we're listening to the science, and we're listening to the Indigenous leaders, and we're listening to the children who are really the ones pushing us to do this. And I think it's as Councillor Gazzola said, it's so easy to support, but it's also going to be hard work that we will be asking our staff to do to implement these changes. So I'm really pleased to support both the amendment and the main motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. If I may, I'll just quickly make a couple comments and I'll go to Councillor Chapman to make her final comments. Without question, I think this is something that should we do, but we have to do. We owe a responsibility to our future generations. And to be honest, it's in keeping with something that as a community and as a council that we've always shown great leadership in. And I'm not trying to pat our, myself or ourselves on the back, but I think we have shown significant leadership when talking about, the solar roof. I think we missed that point before this was even a major issue within the community. Past councils had that progressive, objective of being mindful towards the environment and being good stewards, and they saw a economic case for it. We have our solar roof has been generating 500 megawatts of electricity, kilowatts of electricity. That's phenomenal as a community, and that's something that we have to be proud of. As a community at large, collectively, when we talked about the LRT and the early conversations, that felt like a lofty idea, but collectively we came together and we achieved that. And same thing with the economic development strategy, EDIF. EDIF had played a part in providing the monies to do the solar roof. And we talked about being a local municipality, investing towards the economy. That felt like a lofty idea, but we came together and we achieved that. And as a council, in the past, we have continued to set high goals with the, investing in our cycling network, in the pilot projects, and now going forward with complete streets. This is, fundamental change of how we live. And that's going to be the key point of how we will achieve these targets. We have to change the way we live, and we have to bring the community together with us. Policies will not alone will allow us to achieve our targets. We have to have our residents see the benefit of this, see the benefits in the business case and the savings that exist in retrofitting their properties and investing in their properties, that they have a carbon reduction with the way they live and the way we build as well. Again, I just want to thank staff of having to continue to do the great work in prioritizing the environment as a part of our corporate strategy, as we've done through our corporate climate action plan. And I think this document does continuation of that work. And the amendment is, pretty much no different than what's been passed through other councils in our region. But one key point, and again, this is not necessarily for just bragging rights, but it's an important point to raise. Other councils are doing the talk as they have passed something similar along with the amendment. We're walking the talk because we've already done it, and we have shown commitment that we will continue to do it. I think that's an important point. So with that, Councillor Chapman, go ahead. Councillor Chapman, your mic is off. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I had turned it on. So first, I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in the preparation of the Transform Waterloo Region strategy, and also all the people in the community who have come together to speak to us tonight, and that may not be here tonight, but that are actively involved in addressing climate change in different ways. So I fully support the Transform Waterloo Region strategy. I think the long-term goal of 80 by 50 will dramatically improve our quality of life and the life of the planet. I think it's, people have already detailed the many different things that the city has done, so I won't repeat those. But it's nice to see that, as others have mentioned, this is not something that started with this Transform Waterloo Region document, that there have been many things that have been done in the past few years. According to a recent report by the Clean Air Partnership, which is also endorsed by the FCM, the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions are buildings and transportation. And according to the Green Development Standards, there are tools that are available to us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in these two areas of transportation and buildings and beyond. So it's important as we move forward to keep these reports as well in mind. Climate change, the report says, is significantly impacting cities across the world. Municipalities are witnessing rising temperatures, increased severe weather events, threats to agriculture, and impacts to health. In its latest report, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change finds that limiting global temperature increases to 1.5 degrees centigrade would require rapid and transformational changes to land, energy, industry, buildings, transport, and cities. So it's in this context of the need for rapid and transformational change that I encourage Council to commit to this 50 by 30 GHG reduction target. As stated by the delegations and the emails we receive from many residents, this can only be happen with the support from upper levels of government. We can't do it on our own. The bolder our targets, I would say, the more likely we are to succeed in garnering that support and meeting our 2030 targets and our subsequent 2050 targets. By adopting the 50 by 30 target, we would be aligning ourselves, as has already been mentioned, with other municipalities in the region, namely Waterloo, Cambridge, Woolwich, and Wellesley. And I understand there are other townships that will be voting on this today. So I would say if others can do it, so can we. And I look forward to being a part of the realization of these goals, assuming that they get adopted today. So thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Schneider, you had your hand up still. Did you want to speak?
Sorry, no, I'll take that down. Sorry.
Sure, not a problem. In that case, I'll take it's been moved on. The amendment has been moved by Councillor Chapman, and I'll take the amendment first. All those in favor?
Sorry, I thought a recorded vote was called.
This be a recorded vote, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Mayor Vanovic had asked for a recorded vote for the motion. I wasn't sure if that was for the amendment too. So I'll take the recorded vote. I'll start with Ward 1.
In
Councillor
favor.
Davey?
In favor, thank you.
Councillor Schneider?
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola?
In favor.
Councillor Michaud?
In favor?
Councillor Galloway-Philo?
I'm in favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Councillor Ioannidis?
In favor.
Councillor Johnson?
In favor.
Councillor Chapman?
In favor.
And Councillor Marsh?
In favor.
Mayor Vanovic?
I'm in favor as well. Thank you.
And that's a unanimous support. Thank you very much. I'll go to the main motion. I'll start with the bottom. Mayor Vanovic?
In favor?
Well, I'm not trying to refer Mayor as the bottom, but I mean, I'm starting with the Mayor. Councillor Marsh?
Quite all right.
In favor.
Councillor Chapman?
In favor.
Councillor Johnson?
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis?
In favor.
And I'm in favor as well. Councillor Galloway-Philo?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud?
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola?
In favor.
Councillor Schneider?
In favor.
Councillor Davey?
In favor.
Thank you very much. And that the main motion is passed unanimously as well. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the delegations. This item has definitely taken its time. I think it is very important discourse for our community, and I very much appreciate the passion appeal. It wasn't lost on the committee, and hopefully it's definitely not lost on the community, and we'll all endeavor to do the right steps to have an impactful positive change towards the environment. So thank you all. We'll go on to item number 2, but before that, we'll take a 5-minute break. I think many of us might need it, and then we'll just reconvene in 5 minutes. So
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, if I can request the committee members to start coming back. If you could activate your camera just so I can see momentarily, even if I can see if you have quorum. Okay, so we do have quorum. Thank you. So item number 2, neighborhood planning review. We have a presentation from staff, Tina Malone-Wright, our senior planner, and Dana Edwards, also our senior planner, will provide a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation first. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, are the slides available? Oh, great, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll just ask to please, yeah, thank you. Please proceed to slide number 1. Great, thank you. Good evening, Chair Singh and members of PSI committee. I'm Tina Malone-Wright, and I, along with Dana Edwards, are very happy to be here today to provide a project status update on the Neighborhood Planning Review Project, NPR for short. As you may recall, the NPR project involves updating the land use designations and zoning of properties in 7 of the city's secondary plans. These 7 secondary plans were deferred from consideration and inclusion in the 2014 official plan because they required the completion of some background studies and master plans, including the planning around rapid transit station area plans. As part of the NPR review, we incorporated the recommendations from those studies and master plans, held 7 open houses, received and reviewed approximately 170 comments, and updated the secondary plans, the policies, and the zoning for consideration at a statutory public meeting that was held on December 9th, 2019. In response to the December 9th statutory public meeting, planning staff received just over 200 written and verbal submissions. Over the last year and a half, we have spent a lot of time reviewing the submissions and drafting detailed responses. The submissions and responses have been compiled into a formal response document that you have before you today. The response document is not the end of the consultation. The responses are not the final answers. It is planning staff's preliminary response to the submissions that were received and will be used as a starting point and reference to assist in future discussions moving forward. Next slide, please. In reviewing the submissions, there appeared to be 5 common or reoccurring themes. First, several of the submissions made site-specific property requests. For example, a request for a different land use designation or zone category, a request for an increase in the permitted floor space ratio, or requesting different or relaxing some of the proposed zoning regulations. Second, several of the submissions expressed concern with transitions and ensuring compatible built form between a high or medium rise and an adjacent low-rise land use designation. Third, several of the owners of properties were not aware that their property was located in a floodplain and or were concerned with the name of the new existing use zone to include the word floodplain. Fourthly, the need for more parkland in the secondary plan areas was identified as a concern. Residents expressed that new intensification will strain existing parkland resources, and property owners where new parkland was identified objected to a new open space land use designation of their lands. And lastly, several of the submissions requested a reconsideration of some of the regulations in the new mixed 4 zone category and the parking requirements for residential uses in major transit station areas. Next slide, please. In mid-2019, there was a change to the provincial growth plan to require an upper tier municipality, the region, to delineate the boundaries and minimum density targets for major transit station areas in their official plan. At this point, there had been a tremendous amount of work done on the NPR project and a commitment to a statutory public meeting later in 2019. Planning staff continued with the work program and the scheduling of the public meeting, and I'd hoped to be able to work with the region to establish the MTSA boundaries in both official plans. However, in 2020, as we continued to work through the submissions, there were further changes to the provincial growth plan, changes requiring the region to maximize the extent of the MTSA boundaries and to require each of the ION stops to have their own individual boundary and density target. Regional staff can no longer support the extent of the proposed MTSA boundaries as was determined in the PARTS project and which had been reflected in the new secondary plans. Since embarking on the MPR project and before we could get to the finish line, the major transit station area boundaries now need to be identified and established in the region's official plan first before they can be approved in the city's official plan. Next slide, please. So why is it important or necessary to hold up on the implementation of the MPR project until the MTSA boundaries are established in the region's official plan? The city's official plan policies and zoning rely heavily on the urban structure. For example, the development permissions for a property which is designated in the zone mixed use differ between an MTSA, a node, and a corridor. It is also a benefit to wait until the protected major transit station areas are established in the region's official plan to be able to implement inclusionary zoning and to protect the MPR official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to adopt and zone the secondary plans from any appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. It is anticipated that the protected major transit station area boundaries will be implemented in the regional official plan in mid to late 2022. The earliest unofficial plan amendment to adopt the secondary plans can be considered is early 2023. In advance of a 2023 consideration of the new secondary plans and zoning by committee and council, planning staff will develop a consultation and engagement strategy. We anticipate organizing future sessions with each of the neighborhoods and meetings with stakeholders to continue to work through the submissions and areas of concern. We will also host individual dates and times for statutory public meetings for each of the secondary plan areas, rather than having only one meeting to consider all 7 of the secondary plans at once. Next slide, please. In the interim, staff are recommending that those properties in the secondary plans that are not proposed to be within the region's protected major transit station area boundaries may proceed to be zoned as part of stage 2 of new zoning bylaw 2019-051. These property owners will receive formal notification of any proposed land use and zoning changes as part of stage 2B of the Crosby project. In the interim, we are also asking committee and council to approve neighborhood-specific guidelines for the secondary plan areas. And so at this point, I will pass the presentation over to Dana Edwards.
Next slide, please. So as part of the neighborhood planning review, our team has developed urban design guidelines for the low-rise component of the station areas. So between February and May of 2019, city staff hosted 6 design charrettes with local neighborhood groups. The community was asked to write guidelines for 6 neighborhoods that were located within the station area. And these were Schneider Creek and Cedar Hill, Victoria Park, Civic Center, Rockaway, King East, and Midtown. The result was the creation of 6 sets of area-specific neighborhood guidelines, which would then be added into the design for residential infill and central neighborhood section of the urban design manual, which you can see the cover page for that section on the left. These guidelines are being presented to committee today. Were created by the community for the community with very few edits by staff. The 6 completed guideline sections will apply to both new development as well as capital projects, and will complete the Part A of the Urban Design Manual. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything further, or does that complete the presentation?
I think that's everything.
Thank you, Dana. We do have a presentation from Hal Yeager. Hal? I think you're calling in.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
You're welcome to proceed. You have 5 minutes. Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Terrific. Greetings, Council. I hope my slide is up. I can't see it quite yet. All right, there we go. Greetings, Council. My name is Hal Yeager. I come today to express my great appreciation for the extensive work of Tina Malone-Wright and everyone contributing to the neighborhood planning review. What a volume of work and what clarity provided as to the intent. Thank you, Tina, and thank you, Dana, for the work you're doing as well. I'm sure, next slide, please. I'm sharing with you this slide, which provides visual representation of proposed additional regulation number 2 for mixed-use zones to demonstrate how far we have come since the first secondary plan proposal. I believe the measures proposed to instantiate appropriate transitions and compatibility, as committed to in our official plan, as required by the growth plan and the regional official plan, as supported by the provincial policy statement and the Planning Act, are meaningful and on the right track. Next slide, please. I still think getting the protruding bits under the 45-degree angle of ascent would make for a substantially better transition without unduly compromising the attainable floor space of the mixed-use builds. I know you might get the idea from the staff report that angular plane is old-fashioned and encourages a wedding cake built form and design, and I won't challenge staff's perception. I'll only say that angular plane remains one of the most useful tools of analysis to demonstrate compatibility in a way recognized by legal precedent in Ontario. Furthermore, I like wedding cake, and I'm happy to share a slice of my wedding cake with planning staff and council should the opportunity arise. Try it, maybe you'll like it too. Next slide, please. Back to our main point. I ask, why are we not proposing to apply the same step back requirements to all zones within these minimum distances of low-rise residential zones? Yes, I have heard that it is not the intention to place any other more intensive zones within such proximity of low-rise residential zones. Okay, sounds good. If that is the intention, I ask that the commitment be made in the zoning bylaw itself. I thank planning staff for the commitment of a future comprehensive discussion. My neighborhood will be reviewing and updating our submission in response to this report, and we look forward to the next discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's not part
Councillor
of it.
Chapman, you have a question? Oh, there's more. Hello?
Nope.
Hal?
No, it's done. Thanks. All good. Thank
Okay.
you.
There's a question from Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, how can we just pull up the slideshow again? I just want a clarification, make sure I understand it. So your concern is the distance between R1 property and anything else, whether it be a res 6, 7, or even a mixed use, is that correct? Or
transitions is definitely my big theme for compatibility, and it's sort of that transition primarily that comes up between low-rise res and adjacent zones, be they mixed use, be it higher residential zones, or be it institutional or commercial zones as well. It's not sort of not only a factor of the use.
So currently, we don't distinguish, or we do distinguish between what's beside that low-rise residential property. And you're saying that we shouldn't worry about what's beside it. We have to respect the low-rise residential property, and everything should fall into place beside it, but in a systematic way or with consistency.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I see some really good ideas being presented with regard to mixed use. If you flip back one slide, please. Oh, the other way. There we go. Thank you. So in this slide, we can see that there were 2 step backs requested in mixed use. So we see an initial step back that happens after 7.5 meters, between 7.5 meters from the property line and 15 meters from the property line, where we see a maximum height of 12 meters. And then we see a second step back after an additional 15 meters. So that there's 2 step backs. Whereas if you go forward one slide from here, please. There we go. So on this one, we can see that there's only one step back, and that makes for a different kind of feel in terms of the amount of shadow that's going to get put onto these low-rise res, the kind of access to the skyline, the sort of feeling of being boxed in. So it's quite a different treatment. And I'm just asking, if the treatment is appropriate based on mixed use, why should it not be appropriate regardless of the use? That's my question. And I'm trusting that staff is also sort of listening to this and will sort of think that a little bit through as a community. But I'm seeing some really good direction on the mixed use and just asking that good thinking be translated with regard to other adjacent uses as well.
Right. So in this diagram we're looking at right now, there's a 4.5 meter distance between the property line of the low res property and the 12 meter, it's probably going to be a podium, but whatever. And first of all, that should be in the mixed use, that's 12 meters. Am I correct? And you think that it's both about setbacks and step backs?
That's true. That's a good point. So I wasn't getting into that detail, but with mixed use, we see a 7.5 meters setback from the property line to the building. With residential use, we're seeing a 4.5, and maybe that's a factor of different kind of uses, and that might be more compatible. But what I was really trying to drive at primarily was the step backs in height.
Right.
But you're right, that also would bring the entire higher portion of the building 3 meters closer to the low rise res. Good eye there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I mean, it's very detailed stuff, right? That we often Thank you for pointing this out.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Hal. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate your engagement on this. And since we're not really making a decision today about the zones, I won't get into the details with staff today, but I think that this is definitely a good conversation starter for us to go back and discuss with staff to see what we can do about mixed use and adjacent to low-rise residential. And all, like you say, let's try to find ways to make it happen, regardless of the zone of the adjacent property. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my internet connection went down for a second. I'm not sure if, Councillor Marsh, are you done?
I'm done. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Today's been a challenging day with my internet. So that's all the questions of the delegation. I'll open up for any questions of staff. All right, I see no questions of staff. Yes, I see no questions of staff, so I will take a mover of the item. Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, I'm happy to, or I see Councillor Johnston wanted to move it too. That's fine.
Yes, you had your hand up also, so.
Well,
that from before?
No, that was just to indicate that I was ready to move it, but Councillor Johnston is fine to move it.
Okay, Councillor Johnston. And then any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. All right, thank you, everyone. That convenes the first part of planning, and we'll come back again for 7 o'clock. I guess we only have 25 minutes for supper. Is that enough, or would the committee like a little extra time?
Hang on. I'll wait till we actually